Okay, we are streaming, and we just got a notification of a link sent from our dear friend Mr. Brendan Zogit, who may or may not be joining us. It will be up to him over the next for a while. Things are touch and go there simply because he's going through a lot. So everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. Let's get the call started. And he's welcome to join us, and hopefully he does. But he's undergoing very intensive occult siege and dealing with it. Of course, everybody on Team Dietrich is going through that. I do in my own way, even though I'm immune to occult radiation. I still have everything around me gets impacted, usually electronic. So, that being said, Aristides has joined us. Dear sir, welcome aboard. And are you ready to do the blurb? And we're joined by Sammy Romero. Say hi, Sammy.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
Oh,
Hey,
so
what's
good
going
to
on?
have you with us.
How you doing?
And you both seem to be registering. So, Sammy, how much time are we gifted with you tonight?
I can go in and out. I'm doing the daddy thing, but I can also contribute at least 10 minutes.
Excellent. Yeah.
So you can pick your spots and let me know.
Oh, well, let's have Aaron do the blurb, and then you can talk.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
with
no
me.
problem.
Yes. Yes, I'll be
Okay.
here with both of you. So, okay. So,
Okay.
Aristides, go ahead and do the
Okay,
blurb.
we'll try.
We're definitely
We'll
trying
try
to
to do
raise
a
$100.
quick one.
Yeah.
A quick one.
Yeah.
So I myself am just getting down to the computer. Yep, there's the pop-up there. I click on that. I get to that. We'll explain that. Oh, look at that drawing. That's cute.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
okay, so as soon as you get here, please hit the thumbs up. Very important. Not just to show your support, but that influences the algorithm and further Doug's ability to reach people. I'm sure you get it, because there are those who put down votes that you can't see, but they're there, perhaps in some numbers or with bots. And so we need you to hit that upvote right away. Make sure you're subscribed there, the subscribe button nearby. Even if you were before, make sure it's still on, may have come off. Turn on that notification bell so you can get a pop-up when the program is starting. So please do all that. You need an account to do all that. So please log in or create one. Or if you're not signed in, so you can do those things. Once you are, you can go into your account settings actually and create channels under your account. Each of them can do separate upvoting. There, you don't have to put anything in the channels. It's pretty easy. We'll keep it brief for tonight. There, and also make sure after the program's live to like or upvote Douglas's pinned comment with his crucial contact information, PayPal information. We will get to that now. We'll put the PayPal in the chat. It's very important. Douglas needs your support right now more than ever. And it's very easy to find him. You don't have to find this link. All you have to know is his name is Douglas Dietrich, and to go to PayPal, you don't even have to have a PayPal account. If you search there or search by these, the handle he has here on the screen, Douglas D. Dietrich, you'll find him. I don't think you need an account. You just need a credit card. So please send him anything that you can afford. You can also share the link out of the browser. That will remain the same after the live. And if so inclined, technically you to download and re-upload the content to other platforms. Please consider that. And what else for the quickie? Is that?
You think you've said it all, pretty much, all the basics. Yeah,
The basics.
definitely just remind them, of course, that they're constantly unsubscribing people without their permission.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. It hasn't happened to me, luckily, but yep, just make sure, just click all the buttons. That's all you have to know. Just
Yes, absolutely.
right.
Thank you. Okay, so let's all start talking. And if Sammy is still with us, I've given infinite kisses to Vicki Johnson. welcome aboard, dear Vicki Johnson. Always love you, and don't be afraid to send me an email, Vicki Johnson, and I'll email you the essays as I write them. Still reporting that heavy, intensive involvement with the essay. I've spent a lot of time with it. That I'm writing the epistle about Transnistria and the Crimea. Because the Crimea is where the Black Tsardom has been established, basically a satanic cult that manipulates the Putinist regime. And it's where many of the missing children from Ukraine have gone to, and many of them to be literally devoured. So all of this will be brought up intensively in the epistle. I've written them both and have to converge them together. But still a lot of ground to cover there. The biggest problem is making certain I get details right, cross-reference them. So all that being said, let's take a look at the call. And we are still with Sammy. Excellent. So dear Sammy, take it from here. Give us a status report on whatever you feel comfortable sharing about your own situation and your own gripes about what's going on in the world, if you wish. Go ahead and cathart.
Honestly, just doing the daddy thing, and I can't really complain in the sense of that. But my first thing comes to mind is that terrible shooting that happened, I believe today.
Yes.
It's just horrific. It's almost like they press a button and send out, these assets to commit these horrible crimes because,
yes,
in case, it's just, especially what's going on, politically. The quote unquote blue wave is already starting. Certain Senate seats have already been flipped to blue, and obviously, they're going to try to counter that with chaos. And,
yes,
like we kind of talked to them before, we're living in the age of chaos, and that's one of the things they do is they send an asset out, of course, non-melanated European trash that
yes,
European reject, uncivilized, that shoots, and he's, instead of being punished, they want to study these mass shooters to, they're psychological, so on and so forth. They victimize them pretty much. How they did that one mass shooter that shut up that church. I forget his name.
Dylan.
Yeah, Bruce Dillon. They even bought him a Whopper or something for his doing. But go figure. But that's one thing. You have to educate your children that the laws are very skewed to the color of your skin.
Yes,
I'm not saying there's not violence in our community. In fact, there's plenty of it as far as colors. We kill our own. That's the sad thing about us. But I digress. We're talking about Whitey today. So this is a tragedy. These are children.
yes,
These are children, and I always have to go to what you talked about, that these entities have to be fed.
yes,
Unfortunately, I'm sure children provide a different type of pain and agony and fear that probably is better than just a regular, adult.
that's right.
Obviously, Doug will get into that if he chooses to, but I've learned a lot through Doug, and a lot of subtlety that Doug has educated me, and Doug doesn't have to do a lot of detail. It's a lot of it. It's pretty much Doug pointing his finger and saying it's that way, and yeah, you'll find it. And sometimes I feel like maybe I know too much, because in a way that we do live in the age of chaos. A lot of people just become numb to it, and they don't understand that all this carnage and all this death is because we're still dealing with these entities, and you talked about it weeks ago that we're trying, in a sense of trying to not depend. And when I mean entities, I also mean evanescers, so on and so forth. That we've unleashed into this world, and we're still feeding these entities, whether it's military contracts or pretty much lives.
Yes.
But nevertheless, besides that, we're gonna start. I mean, especially with this regime, it's almost where you have to have a life. And right now, I'm busy doing what I'm doing, and with my family, and honestly supporting you. I did notice that you had to leave, early.
Yes.
And you were missed, but I get it. Stuff happens.
Well, yes, continue. No, by all means, continue before I go into, talking about that. Yes. Yes.
The problem, well, and honestly, if the audience, and anybody that's listening, Doug is almost where he's a made man in the sense of his information. Your information is so explosive. It's really, what Doug is a historical figure, pretty much. They treat you that way because you really are, in a sense of your lineage.
Thank you.
And at a certain point, they can't help but to just try to cut you off because you're dangerous. Your knowledge is very powerful, and it's not really the fact that you're the smart man. No, it's just when someone knows history, and especially knows the type of history that you were associated with, as far as Colonel Michael Aquino, that is something that they really don't want, the general taxpaying electric public to know, because then, here comes the questions. And, if I feel like I know too much, you can imagine whoever government Joe Blow in charge knows, and he doesn't want to actually do his job. And like anything government does not want to work.
Yeah.
Obviously, I can tell you stories about that. In fact, I'll give you an example.
Please.
I actually had to do research for my maternity leave that I took last year, which, state of California didn't pay me, but it is what it is. I kind of chucked it up to.
Oh, Jesus Christ! That's so awful.
government negligence. Well, I had to do research and actually figure out where can I get this funding that is owed to me.
Yeah.
Because I have to pay taxes on it.
Yeah.
I had to go to a physical location, and I had to find it, which was in Fresno. And this office,
Jesus,
you had to call a guard to come down and escort you up to his office.
Good God!
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, is this real? He's like, no, you have to be escorted up. Excuse me. So I got down to I got the solution. I got an answer, but excuse me. What I kind of realized is this is the only office in the whole state that you can actually talk to somebody now.
Jesus Christ!
Everything else is automated.
Yeah.
You have to. It's just all internet and automation. So to talk to an actual person, good luck. You're especially over the phone. You're not gonna get nobody. So you have to do your research, but definitely government is how it is. So I know everybody has their stories and their versions of things, but that was just my little version, where literally an armed guard had to escort me to the of all floors. I think it was the top floor.
Oh my God!
I forget what floor it was. And I actually got to talk to somebody, but it's like it was like pretty much pulling. It's like finding a needle in a haystack.
Yes.
So, yeah.
But you did it. You did it. That's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, I did. I mean, it was very frustrating because you start realizing, how is this even efficient? But the way things are going, it's just,
well, it's not efficient. It's not efficient, but you made it work. Yeah, but go on. Yes, the way things are going.
Right.
Continue. Yeah.
And I think it's almost like, are you willing to drive to Fresno, California to talk to somebody about your benefits? Like, and this is just for maternity leave.
Yeah.
So, it's, most people don't want to, so they just don't care. But yeah, I got it done, but it was definitely just very frustrating because you have to go through the process. You have to play the game, and just that's how government works. If you kind of, if you start questioning, like, why am my taxes paying for this? Like, this is so, incompetent. That's just how it's designed. It's not supposed to work.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, you dealt with your parents. Like, I'm sure there's times where you had to kind of scratch your head, like, how is this even legal?
Yes.
But
yes,
it's just part of the situation. And if you bitch and moan, it's probably the worst thing you can do because they just will ignore you. And there was an armed guard, so well, I kind of figured the building was a government building, so they're gonna have an armed guard. So I just didn't realize he was gonna. And of all the floors, that was the only one I had to actually call the guard to let me up the elevator. All the other floors, there were government employees going in, but that particular floor, they did not allow you to go up without, the guard coming up with the kiosk to, escort you up.
God damn.
So yeah, it was like, man, I have to go through all this to get my money, and I'm paying tax on it too. So it's like, it's not like it's tax free. It's like, and I'm paying sales tax. Like, I'm literally paying you to put the condom on to screw me. Like, what the hell? I hate to. I hate to put it that way, but it's like, it's just, us, borderline impoverished people, or this is what we got to deal with. Okay, this is one of the things why you got to pick your poison. Honestly, it's just these little battles that you got to do. Where, I can understand why people go off the grid. Why I can understand someone like Amy Cuomo, how she lives, in the sense that you could get tired. You could get tired of the runaround.
Yes.
I've had to do a lot of that when it comes to resources, in the sense of just finding things, because you're right now where you are trying to just figure out, who the hell do I talk to? The way Doge did things, it's just, everything's in limbo. And this is California. I could imagine other states where they're broke. And I'm not saying California's not broke, but let me rephrase that. California may be broke. All the other states are poor. You know what I mean? It's like we have $5 in our pockets.
Yeah,
they're
they're begging us for that. Yeah, they're begging us for that.
So there's levels of poverty, obviously. Just like there's levels of wealth, and you can be stuck in where you're not so impoverished where there's levels. You can actually be too broke to actually get help, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And that's where you're kind of screwed, because you're paying taxes, but you don't qualify for none of these programs because, well, sir, yes, you don't make a lot of money, but you make just enough to just be regular. Just be proud of yourself, right? And just keep paying your taxes. For the people that are, and honestly, this is why people purposely don't want to advance in life, because, well, it's obviously there's many reasons, but especially because of the educational system. I have this quote unquote degree, but now that I'm making 80 grand, now I'm being taxed on it, and there's obviously, I'm not saying that's that's not a good thing, as far as elevating in life. But you have to do your research and actually know the system, because the U.S. is definitely, you're never going to own anything for once. If you don't fucking pay your property tax, they're going to take it from you, and that's it. It doesn't matter how good your credit is. You got to pay your taxes, unless you're billionaire Joe Blow, where you can finagle, or where you bury your dead cat in the pet cemetery. some type of those loopholes they come in where it's my property's a cemetery, it's considered now you can't tax me, or some mumbo jumbo loophole that they try to create and fluff up to make themselves like I said, it's like the Reaganomics bullshit. It'll trickle down to the no, it won't. That's their.
Well, it does, in the sense that they're pissing down on you. Yeah, they're pissing down on you.
Yeah, that's probably it. But that their $100,000's probably their Coke money. It is what it is. But, there's definitely, you have to roll your eyes when the reference, pull yourself by your own bootstraps.
Yeah.
That's never been the American way. It's more like backstab, the Native American, or work the Chinese in the railroad, and then pretty much work them to death. Which a lot of people don't talk about, but it is what it is. There's many forms of slavery that we've done.
Yes.
Right now, it's the Hispanics' turn right now, where we're being rounded up, and
that's awful.
It's amazing how they resurrect all these places of horror as far as detention centers. It's amazing how they can bring them back to life, but when it comes to our environment and, actual reparations for all these demographics, they don't. No. But like I said, they'll make a way for death, destruction, pain, to the point of, a $30,000 signing bonus if you sign up to kidnap people. And
yes.
Unfortunately, it's just what it is, but
you actually you actually understated that prepay that they give you. It's $40,000 package if you join ICE. It's I was off $10,000, right? But yes.
We'll chalk it up to taxes, right? But it's just it's the world we live in. But honestly, it's the way I'm seeing it. Honestly, our president is not going to last very long. If you pay attention to his health, he doesn't look so good. By the way, I'm talking about health. I am fighting a cold, so if I do sound a little wheezy or, congested, but as far as our president, he doesn't look very good. That walking corpse that probably died during COVID is giving out already. Whatever incarnation or entity that's there is probably going to leave, because, it's, you can't, in my opinion, this is just my belief. Okay. You cannot do such evil, and especially the way his chaotic evil. And I'm not saying, other leaders did not, I'm not talking about presidents, did not do evil. It's just Trump in particular he is very much the same.
Yes.
Bush was a stupid type of evil. He was just stupid. He's probably one of the stupidest presidents. But
yes.
he at least kind of colored within the lines, sort of.
Yes.
Kind of. And he did say stupid things, but he wasn't like a walking. He wasn't Ace Ventura, Pet Detective president, where he was just literally bending over, talking.
Through his shorts.
You know,
That's what Ace Ventura used to do, through his shorts.
Right. And this is, and you know, President Bush is just, you know, he's a kid that ate crayons, you know, and you know, and you pretty much had Dick Cheney, you know, Dr. Evil there, running the country.
That's right.
And
Skeletor.
you know, it is what it is. Exactly. He almost reminds me of the Penguin as far as his face, but it is what it is. I'm talking about the DC comics. I always picture the top hat and the little eyeglass thing, but anyway, you know, you gotta laugh, okay? You gotta laugh because you know too much complaining is like, come on. I mean, what's gonna happen? You know, I mean, it is what it is. But you know, you try to keep a level head. See, even my children, you know, I'm blessed, but at the same time, you know, there's many layers of my life where I kind of have to. You just got to suck it up, you know, because it's the only way, you know. Yes. Definitely, you know, it's sad though. It's very sad with this shooting that's happening, but like I said, it's not going to be the last one. It's really not. No,
that's such an important point. That is really such an important point. Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the last one.
That it will. I've noticed ever since Trump has become president, we have not just shootings but stabbings consistently and constantly. It's absolutely unprecedented. This level of violence that has been unleashed, again, part of the agents of chaos and their agenda of anarchy. And yet he claims to be a law and order president, unleashing armed forces in cities.
You know, honestly, I would respect Donald Trump if he just came out with a helmet on, like a special kid helmet.
Yes.
And that's probably complimenting him too much. But that actually, why not? You know, or, you know, something, because just to justify that, I'm not saying obviously we know he's unfit, but, you know, what I don't like about this presidency is, well, I didn't like the last one, but particularly this one, besides, you know, the kidnapping of, you know, minorities, especially Hispanics, obviously. But what I don't like is there's really no career government officials in this particular. This is pretty much the second tribulation, pretty much.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Where you don't have the actual career government staff or cabinet, you know, i.e., you know, who's the other dead corpse that was vice president?
I can't. I'm trying to. Pence.
Whoever, yeah, is that nobody? Pence. You know, at least Pence was there to, you know, Frankenstein walk his way and try to calm down Trump, not to do, at least go off the rails, which he pretty much failed when it came to January 6th. But, you know, part of me wanted that mob to kind of catch up to him and, you know, finish him off. But as horrific as that would be, then, you know, that honestly, I really do think they still wouldn't have mattered if they would have killed them.
Yeah, of course not.
I don't think they would have done anything to him. They wouldn't prosecute him. They would probably send him some therapy. But because the reason why I'm saying I'm emphasizing we're living in the age of chaos is, if you would have told anybody this scenario these past 10 years of what happened,
they wouldn't believe you.
Result of they wouldn't believe you. They would say, you know, this is a terrible script for, you know, a story, because it's not logical. To have evangelical Christians pretty much putting Donald Trump in the place of, you know, Jesus Christ. You know, and I hate to put those two names together. let's be honest, and the man's never been a Christian. He never professed to be a Christian. He had nothing to do with actual Christianity. It's the insanity. It's like I said, this is where I think it was very strategic, where Michael Aquino knew that because of their radicalism, they're very easy to manipulate, because you dress it up in a way where, they can be the victim and the oppressor. Yes. Oh my God, they're these two men are kissing. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. These two women are kissing. Let's and it's almost like you have to roll your eyes, because it's one of these things where I really had to distance myself from people like that. Even to particular people that I'm friends with to today, but it's almost where you cannot ignore who you supported. And don't get me wrong, I know politics is politics, but I see their reaction to what's going on, and they don't really want to talk about it. But when it was going on, as far as campaigning, you had your Donald Trump dildo up your rear end, and you were proudly straddling it. But obviously now, it's not so nice, because it's pretty much you look like a sheep now, and you're heading to slaughter.
Yes.
Because people follow who they follow, and that's one thing I've learned. That I can have an opinion, but I don't let my opinion have me, in a sense that I don't agree everything to what I'm voted as far as the Democratic Party, but I understand government is corrupt, and it will always be corrupt. It's just when it's this point where it's pretty much going to be a civil war.
Yes.
Which people, and I guarantee you this, when it happens, or when it's happening, people are still going to be in denial. People are still going to want to do the normal things, and this is why there's going to be so much casualty. It's where you always make that example of where you talked about, and forget me if I massacre this, where you talked about there was an actual bank robbery and people thought it was a
yes
movie.
Yes.
And people didn't try to call the cops. People didn't really try to at least distract by pulling the fire siren. People just thought it was a movie.
Yes.
And I kind of think what's going to happen, where people are not going to believe it's actually going on. And this is where you're going to see all the carnage and, the rape and pillage, and until people realize, oh crap, it's actually happening. Donald Trump, kind of like right now. Oh, why is Donald Trump sending all these troops to the Capitol? Why are they policing us? Why is there an M16 pointed at me, and I'm just here jogging I'm here walking my poodle, but I have an M16 pointed at me. Why is this happening? Well, it's because this wannabe dictator is about to croak and die, and he knows shit's gonna fly. Where any day now, his dirt's gonna come up. Which, like I said, it doesn't really matter. Everybody knows, but to this insane man, as much as he tries to deny that these Epstein quote unquote files are a hoax, they don't matter. Well, they actually do matter because of how he reacts. But it's almost where Donald Trump's kind of lost his edge as far as not caring. Yes. He actually really does care. It's just now he's encircling himself where as much as security or bodies, where if you're gonna get me, you're gonna have to go through all these bodies to get me. Yes. And more than likely, he's probably just going to croak. And, I think this is where, people that really want to, start this civil war is probably going to happen. Where, and they're going to spin it where, we have to, fight, quote unquote. But it's going to happen. It's just people are not going to take it seriously.
At first, at least, like you said, until they themselves
at first
start dropping. And at first could be a while, because
of course.
In the case of the bank robbery example, even after the incident was over, nobody knew. They still assumed that it had all been a film. So even after the incident was over, they just went home thinking, if they hadn't been interrogated by police, pulled aside and interrogated by police that arrived at that point, they would have all just gone home and told their families, oh, they were filming today, and and I saw that. This is the level of the American insanity that we're contending with. So by all means,
well, Doug,
go on.
The one thing that does come to mind, and I'm talking about law enforcement now.
Yes.
What I did learn about Uvalde, that school shooting, is police officers don't really actually want to save people.
No.
They just want to eat their donuts and scratch their nuts.
Yes. Yes.
When it comes to actually defending and actually taking down a target, they don't. This is why they were so gun shy. This is why they really did not want to go into that line of fire. Which is where I actually had to, obviously through you, I had to educate one of my coworkers about law enforcement is not obligated to actually protect you.
Yes, that's quite right. In fact, you're obligated to protect them. That's
right.
Through posse comitatus. Yes, continue. Yeah, go on.
Right, and that's the thing. I was explaining to my coworker is that that situation. This is only one gunman. And you had all these police officers they really just were chicken shit. They did not at least want to, shoot. And it's because they don't want to work, And I get it. It's almost like, putting on the uniform and, putting on, the T-shirt that I'm a first responder and where's my discount?
Yes.
Where's my benefits and where's my retirement? And I'm a hero, and I can ride around in the city float as a first responder, right?
Yes.
But they're not obligated to protect us, and this is where I think it's almost where it's the same thing as the military. It's probably worse because they definitely. They're more visible in the sense of, they walk around in the uniforms. As far as military, they're somewhere, raping kids,
Yes.
It is what it is. But,
it is. And that's, that's no exaggeration. Believe me, I can vet that later, but do go on. Yes.
But definitely, and I know I ramble all over the place, but it's just me kind of observing as far as what I see, and a lot of it is just a rerun in the sense of how the continuation of World War II really hasn't stopped. It's just the players now, it's ramping up more and more to where it's just we're at the brink, but that's just be my little 2 cents for now.
Well, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful 2 cents. I want to take advantage of this time to let everyone know Brendan's participating as much as he can as well, and I do want Sammy to stay with us, of course, and participate in the conversation. We're not going to have it with Brendan so far as I know, because he's participating through text right now. But Victoria, if you're listening, okay. Apparently, what Victoria doesn't understand is that the program that we're using is Microsoft Teams, not Google Teams, Microsoft. So please understand that it's Skype, except it's changed. So get onto your, you go to the same place where you had Skype, and they'll explain to you how to download the Microsoft Teams, Victoria. And then Because what she said was, "Oh, I can't figure out Google Teams." Okay, I didn't get it. I didn't get it that she was saying that. She said, "Hi, I miss you all. Sorry that I can't figure out Google Teams." So I said, "We will help you as soon as we can, Victoria. I will call you via cell, and we can see what we can do." Then I said, "You're on our call and jump on bandwidth." So Victoria, get into the where you used to get Skype, and it will tell you how to download the Microsoft Teams. Then you download that and you just jump on our call because you're on the call. Your account transferred to our call, and we actually call you every time we do the show. So you can jump on the call anytime you wish. And that'll be the same for other ladies who want to participate, whether it's Vicky, Dragana, Kitty Cat Samurai. Any one of you can just send a contact request through the Microsoft Teams, and we'll try to integrate you into the call. So that having been articulated, thank you so much, Brendan, for that, and I appreciate that profoundly. There was a point that Brendan made to give extra credence to just how serious the times are if one is following this from a biblical sense. So, Sammy, how familiar are you with the types of crypto that are out there? Or, are you following any of that?
To be honest with you,
yeah.
I lost count. I don't even follow crypto. It's just pretty much.
Thank God.
To me, it's just a way to launder money.
Yeah, you ain't missing shit. You ain't missing shit.
I remember like maybe back in 2018.
Yeah.
I saw douchebags, bragging that, I have X amount of crypto, and, it's just, to a certain extent, I'm like, I don't care, it's, in a lot of ways, it's like, it's just really just to launder money. It's, if you need to take out a contract on somebody, pay in crypto, if you need to, hire a woman of the night, crypto. Let me put some respect on them. A professional.
Yeah.
You probably won't in crypto because they do a service in a sense. So there's a reason why they're employed.
Yes.
And but nevertheless, and it's mostly to me government officials.
Yeah.
Which is it's so dumb. It really is. It's dumb because it's almost like, I put it to this way, okay? If there's a government official who doesn't have a gay lover or side kids or some type of coke habit, or they get caught, masturbating like Pee Wee Herman somewhere in a park, I would not believe them. They're an actual, politician, and that that's every single one of them. They're either ex-military, some type of some type of Ivy League background. Look, I'm not trying to generalize, but I'm generalizing. Okay, if I make any sense. Okay,
that's fine. Yeah.
It's just. It's like Nancy Pelosi, she's a scumbag too. Barack Obama, he's very, he's gay. And that's fine. Just come out. Like, we live in this is why Kamala probably didn't win. Because she was trying too hard. And the problem with this country is that they want the black woman, the black man to be married. They want that picture in the optics, but really it's not how it works. Look at, for God's sakes, our first lady was a professional.
Yes.
Essay. Allegedly. I can't do the actual research, but you dig around, you find it. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But I would actually appreciate it if she actually talked and say, "Look, I was in this industry.
Yes,
this is what I've learned. This is what I've learned." And that industry actually, it's very intriguing in the sense that, these women can, how can I say it? Charm and disarm you from your money, and good for them. Seduce and reduce you for your money, in a lot of ways. And if they're really good, they don't even have to do anything, But
True
it is
enough.
what it is, and it's something where I actually would appreciate that, but nevertheless, it's not actual. That's not the type of lady of the night I don't think Trump wants, in the sense of just stand there and blink, right?
Well, that's
But
what his wife from Slovenia is essentially a paid escort, giving him the girlfriend experience. That's basically what's going on there.
absolutely, and good for her. I have there's college girls there's a couple of classmates that I had that did the GFE. Good for them, And but like I said, they're getting paid for it, and this is a form of companionship. It's just, in this country, we're so just we're just so screwed up in the sense of we try to perceive ourselves as not drug addicts, whether you're you go to Starbucks and get your fix, or you go get your 8-ball. We're addicts of food. You get your burger at whatever cancerous beef that we're eating, but we get our fix. There is no reason why should be so many burger spots in the hood, but it is what it is. But like I said, we are an addictive country. That's definitely. I remember my wife was kind of commenting about certain drug lords that got busted by the State Department or the whatever the law enforcement department. Pam Bondi did this little press conference, trying to say this cartel individual. His name is El Mayo, but that's neither here or there. I mean, you can pretty much throw a Mexican jumping bean out from the border and it'll probably land on one of them. Nevertheless, they made this big spectacle that this drug lord El Mayo is going to be put away for life. He's never going to see the light of day. And my wife said, "Oh man, they really got him." I'm like, "You understand? He's going to the federal penitentiary system. Do you know how good they have it in the federal penitentiary system?"
Yeah.
That type of money that drug lord has, he's going to be fine, even in the U.S.
Yes.
Because the U.S. is the number one customer for narcotics.
Yes.
We just don't want to. How can I say this? We don't want to legitimize actual narcotics from a country of brownies. We don't. Why? Because if you legitimize it, then they're going to be their own pharmaceutical companies, and we want to push our shit. Which there's plenty of people that are that like our drugs, as far as what do you call that? Adderall. I wonder who used to
Dear Brooke, yes. Oh, how we miss her.
Wink, wink. I love Brooke. That was a little shout out to Brooke. I miss her. Yes. Maybe that will bring her out. Goddamn, Sammy, motherfucker! Why are you talking shit about me? But that's just her. I miss her. That's why I'm trying to imitate her backwoods South Carolina accent.
Oh, that's so cruel.
I miss her. She's a little cracker on my soup. But
yes.
That's different. I'm just glad, we don't have all these, the whole tunnel, Indiana Jones, Ian West. I mean, man, he really, because honestly, your platform is pretty much an educational platform. It really is. Okay. It's just that particular time in your transmission was pretty wild. Okay.
Go on about it.
It really was, because it was starting to, very Jerry Springer-like, where it was very Howard Stern-like. You almost had your little whack pack
Yes.
assembled, which I'm glad you got rid of, because your whack pack, unfortunately, is probably going to try to kill you.
Yes. Yes.
You know, your whole Joe ties, and I'm not trying to summon them. It's just they were pretty much they were your whack pack, okay? Then you had, the dingo ate my baby. What's that one guy? Australian guy. Albano.
Yes.
Hispanic.
Yeah. Michael Larry Lloyd, or Larry Michael Lloyd.
Right.
Yes. You know how these pedophiles, they all have 3 first names.
Well, it is what it is. It's just, it was really starting to get off the rails. So I'm glad that, you got rid of your whack pack, because it really was crappy in style.
Yes, that was horrible. It was horrible. It's been it's been like an assembly line. It's been an assembly line of freaks, from Jambo the Reese Monkey all the way through to Ian West, and of course Peter Moon's included in that.
Well, honestly, Peter Moon is kind of like a classic villain.
Yeah.
From your previous past. If anybody pick one, okay? Doug's had very classic foes that come and try to infiltrate. You had the Japanese predator, sex predator. What's his face?
Yes, Daryl Hamamoto.
That guy. You had to verbally rebuke him live on air. Who else? You had Rose Dio, the skunk.
Skunk lady. She would attract
the skunk queen.
Yes, she would attract skunks.
What else do you have? Yes. Right, you had Paul Prevera. Where the hell he did? I don't know. It's probably some. I forget. These nobodies that you talked about. Yes. That we're talking about. It was almost an array of assembly line.
Yes.
But when it came to this last year or the year and a half ago, it really did get pretty wacky. Where it was almost where. It was like your own whack pack, which, it was really divesting from, you really are an educator, so, and that's part of what you do. So, definitely, and honestly, it was kind of scaring off actual, listeners. I remember we talked about, Jambo and Crystal River, where she kind of was like, who is this creep?
Oh, she was. She never came back again, except for a few minutes to talk. To talk for a few seconds on the show once. Just joined us for a few moments, but yeah. After that, she was.
But like I said, I mean, then again, it's almost where, that's why they're there. It's just definitely, and this is just comedic relief, okay? Because talking about what's actual going on, it really does get tiring.
Yes.
Almost like where you kind of have to. It sometimes your mind, Doug, works like a old lawnmower, where someone asks you a question. Hey, Doug, tell me what happened with the tunnel of the Presidio. What actually happened? And you have to oh damn, let me start up the engine. Let me try to, Let me start it up and conjure in the back of my mind, or shit like that, it was to the point where you can't talk about these things all the time. It's not normal, and that's kind of what I try to explain to my wife, because she tries and asks me questions about certain movies. One of the movies she talks about is it was that child predator movie where they try to investigate and catch these child. I forget the movie.
Good
God. The premise was they catch these child abusers, and this guy goes undercover as one, and he ends up catching them. I forget the actual title.
I can't think of it. It's do you remember the actor? Maybe we could look it up.
No, honestly, I don't. But I'll do research and I'll just put it in the chat bot later on. But
sure.
And I explained to her, that's anybody that really tries to get into that sort of field. It's very sketchy, because you can be easily implicated in it just by even trying to stop it.
Yes, absolutely.
Where it's pretty much booby trapped. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm not saying, hey, let all the, chomos, run free and wild. But that's kind of how it is. It really is, because it's just how this country's designed, and
Yes.
in a lot of ways, trying to actually fight the system, you end up like Doug.
Thank you.
And I had to explain to her, your dishonorable discharge,
Yes.
because it's just, it's one of those things where the system's broken for a reason,
Yeah.
and that's just how it is for the time being, because it's designed that way. But yeah, I mean, anyways, that's just me trying to a little comedy relief. That's all.
Well,
As far as this segment,
believe me, it's far more than that. What you've brought up are very important topics that really need to be addressed. And these have to do with what you began with was the school shootings. I'll get back to that. But
Right.
I do want to point something out to you about the crypto. The reason I brought that up was because, and I do wish Brendan would join us and talk about this in his own voice, because it really does lend a lot of gravity to what he and I say. As serious as people take myself, when we have people who are here listening to us, obviously the overwhelming majority of them take me seriously. Then we have people who are just shills or trolls, and trolls. I mean, if you want to talk about welfare queens, Ronald Reagan started that term, and it became identified particularly with black mothers. This was a horror story that we had to contend with for generations by now. The real welfare queens are paid trolls of the United States government who are all day online attacking myself in particular, or certainly anyone who stands as a threat to the government and tries to stand out as a public informant. But other than myself, there really aren't many people like that. So we know that they're listening because Donald Trump recently came out and said he wants to rename the Department of Defense to the Department of War. It's like, when has any president even dwelt on that or even noticed it? It's something that at this point, obviously, what's going on is something that they're listening so intently that they're beginning to respond. Of course, without crediting us. I do want to share with our dear friends here on the call. I won't put this in chat for now, but I'm going to put it on the infinite call here. And let me see if I can find the infinite call and get back into the chat. I'll put up this, here we are. It would help if I open the chat. And okay, so I'm going to put this link in here, and this is something that will reveal just how heavily we're being throttled. This is, again, found by Brendan Zogit, and it points out our stats. So they say that I'm C grade, that I'm a C grade creator on these stats, but you notice that it's 1,000,000 through and 37,000 and 590th. That's my rank. But the subscriptions they put up there, the views. Well, the views are 4,481,048. So it's there you have it. You can go through this and draw whatever conclusions. We can get some further insights from Aristides and others on this, but it's something to look at. But it does show that we're heavily throttled, despite the fact that quite a few people are listening and reviewing what I have to say. So there's a reason for that, of course. It's because of the damage that I did to the largest human child trafficking operation in history, which was the U.S. military. And I did a lot of damage to the U.S. military. And as a result, they tried to hide my records. But actually, thanks to AI, credit to it's been ever since AI came out, that deep dives and searches have been done by especially the Department of Motor Vehicles in the state of California, and recently J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. And because of that, I was given a veteran's ID card. It does say veterans on my California ID card. It does say I've moved up to a premier account through JP Morgan Chase. They've given me a veterans account. I no longer need to pay for my money orders, thank God, so I'll never have to go to the post office to wait in line for a money order again. I don't need a minimum balance in the account. All of this is important. But I bring up the crypto because in light of the crypto being used to lubricate these human child sex trafficking operations and so many other forms of corruption, obviously Trump went all in on crypto because of his being the most corrupt president we've ever had in history. But beyond that, I don't know if you've ever heard the term Ethereum, either one of you. So Samuel Romero, Aristides, if either one of you have ever heard of Ethereum, let me know. And it's essentially a Russian Bitcoin. It's Russian manipulated. It's their version of Bitcoin, but it's dominated by Russians. Whenever I'm watching YouTube, just because of the sheer nature that I speak Russian, I get all kinds of Russian videos. And the Russian videos constantly advertise Ethereum. It's not meant to advertise it to Russians. It's meant to advertise it to Americans. So Trump is pushing Ethereum. And Ethereum is, the reason why, is because this way he can get past all the sanctions to give the Russians free money through Ethereum, a cryptocurrency. Now, what's interesting is recently Brendan noticed that they're putting a $ in front of Ethereum, which trades as ETH. They don't spell it with the AE as in the classical English, Ethereum as in the Aether. They spell it with an ETH. And so when you put the $ in front of it, it trades as Seth. There we are. He says, makes a lot of sense, the meeting in Alaska. Yes. And but think about what I've just said. They've got it trading now with the $ in front of the Ethereum, and it spells Seth. So he's basically pushing Seth. This is like, we truly are in some form of end time. It's the darkness has overtaken the earth. We have to do our best to survive and do more than survive. We've got to try and prosper, which of course brings me back to the fact that I'll need contributions. We need somebody to contribute. 4 of you to contribute 25 United States dollars, or 2 of you to contribute half $100 United States dollars, or somebody to contribute 100 United States dollars tonight. We need it tonight because there's no other episode left in which I can ask for money for the remainder of the month. It's got to be tonight. So anyhow, so yes, it's like Mikey's reaching out. Yes, Sammy says that's, yeah, Ethereum is like Mikey's way of reaching out, and it's kind of like ghost money, really. It's like money spent on the other side. But let's get down to analysis of the thresholds of violence that Samuel Romero brought up. For those of you who have tuned out of news, and I don't blame anyone for just stop listening to news. I don't blame you. Oh, okay, before I get into that, I do want to answer. Several people sent me emails about the illustration published in thumbnail of tonight's show. Yes, that's an illustration from one of the Blood Boys who sketched a drawing of myself, and it's placed next to the running colors of the American flag, because this is the historical commemorative day of George Washington's fleeing Long Island. It was the Battle of Long Island, Peter Moon country. It was the Battle of Long Island, and it was the largest battle of the American Revolutionary War of Independence, and the British defeated the Americans. George Washington, to his military credit, to his credit as a military commander, was able to organize a retreat and consolidate, basically save a good deal of his forces. But to do so, he sacrificed 400 men. 400 men agreed to die they stayed behind to fight the British. And so that's a very tragic story, and but it was a major American defeat. The British occupied Brooklyn, all of New York after that, and they occupied it for the rest of the American Revolutionary War of Independence. So it certainly was never reconquered by the Americans. Just understand that much. As for the people who sacrificed themselves, they were known as, what were they called, if I can remember correctly? The heroic sacrifice was by the 1st Maryland Regiment. It was became known, immortalized as the Maryland 400. They conducted a suicide mission to buy time for the main American army to retreat. So just understand that it was at this time tonight, around this time tonight, on the night of August 29th, that under the cover of darkness and a convenient fog, Washington ordered the remaining army to evacuate across the East River to Manhattan. So his successful covert retreat saved the Continental Army from destruction. He's no man to admire, understand that. This was a slave-owning traitor to the crown. He was a genocidal maniac who slaughtered literally tens of thousands, ultimately hundreds of thousands of Native Americans. His name still curses our capital, and it should not. But the retreat, even though it happened on the 29th, the Battle of Long Island that the Continental Army lost was on August 27th, was on this date today. So the colors do run. Whenever they say about the American flag, these colors don't run. They do run. So that retreat is historical. And so one of the lads did a picture of me, which I think is beautiful in its simplicity, of my staring at the colors running. So we're here to watch the American colors run. And run they do. Sometimes, of course, discretion is the better part of valor. But all that being said, when Sammy Romero came on and alluded to the massacre, this morning, a gunman opened fire into a Catholic church in Minneapolis. 2 children are dead. And the one thing I can tell you, as an analyst, is there will be, because this was basically a school shooting. It had to do with the Annuncio, or Annunciation Church, which is basically a Catholic school. So it's technically a school shooting. The one thing I can guarantee you is there will be a next school shooting. And this is exactly what was predicted by Sammy Romero. And it's all because of people like the Heritage Foundation, the paleo-reactionary think tank that published the blueprint for the second Trump administration with Project 2025. It's got an article on its website titled, I think it's titled, The Essential Second Amendment. Well, the way that piece of shit, that sewer of shit begins, if I read therefrom, it begins, the right to keep and bear arms is premised on self-defense. A well-armed citizenry secures a free state by protecting the nation and its individuals from 3 distinct threats: tyranny, foreign invasion, and domestic dangers such as crime and civil unrest. Yet, it is impossible to identify any premise of self-defense in the carnage that took place today at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. Now, this morning, while students were celebrating the first Mass of the school year, a shooter killed 12 children, ages 8 and 10, and injured 17 other people, 14 of whom were children, many of whom may yet die. These are critical injuries. 14 kids are on life support. It's impossible to claim guns as our guard against domestic dangers when firearms killed more children than any other cause, more than cancer, more than car crashes, for 3 years in a row. It is impossible to assert that guns keep us safe from any distinct threats when we know that more kids are killed by guns in states that have the most permissive gun laws. Yet, the Heritage Foundation that wrote the blueprint for the second Trump misadministration tells us that a well-armed citizenry acts as a major check on the ability of would-be tyrants, enabling the people to forcibly resist opposition. Resist oppression is what it says, really. And yet we can guess what might happen if residents of Washington, District of Columbia, watching federal troops descend on their own city, the capital of these United States, named after the man who massacred a great deal of our original population, threaten to take up arms against their oppressors. Matter of fact, this is what got me taken off the air last episode, talking about what would drive people to take up arms against their government. The point I made back then was, starving people don't make desperation assaults. They don't conduct banzai charges. But hungry people do. And Brendan Zogit was responding from Safeway, where he was pointing out the prices have gotten so bad, he blew $60 and never even filled his grocery bag. And he's pointed out the prices have only gone up since yesterday because of the tariffs kicking in. How can anybody eat? Maybe that's why they're allowing these mass shootings. Maybe if they kill enough children, we won't have to feed them. The right wing's vision of the Second Amendment is premised on a fantasy of what the Heritage Foundation calls a truly free society. One where you're free to kill all the kids you want. That fantasy is evidently more valuable than life itself. Certainly the life of children. If parents in Minneapolis are inconsolable tonight, if parents across the country are afraid that their children's school might be the next one, and there will be a next one, and a next one after that, that means our nation is working according to our Republican leaders' wishes. This is how the Republicans want it. They wrote it down. According to them, it's how we know we're truly free. So how does Trump's federal takeover end? After deploying National Guard troops to the District of Columbia, the president hasn't set out any metric for success, opening the door to a permanent military occupation of our nation's capital. And, by his own words, other cities yet to come. It's all improvisational and opportunistic. 1 week after Donald Trump's federal takeover of Washington, D.C., the militarization of the city is only escalating. Trump now says that he expects Congress to allow him to maintain control of the District of Columbia Police after a legally mandated 30-day limit. Members of the National Guards of Mississippi, Ohio, South Carolina, and West Virginia will soon be joining the D.C. National Guard in the streets. Humvees, those are those Israeli armored vehicles. The Israelis never use them because they're pieces of shit. They said, God, we designed a piece of shit. we can't use. What do? Oh, we get Schwarzenegger to advertise it, to sell it to the public, and we sell it to the American Department of Defense. Because who cares if American soldiers die in those pieces of shit? In fact, they're so useless they can't use them on the battlefield anymore. It's a death sentence. So they all brought them back to the United States to patrol our streets, posted at places such as Union Station, making the capital look more like the Green Zone in Baghdad than the place you get off the Amtrak. Federal agents appear to have torn down a political sign in a liberal neighborhood and refused to identify themselves or their agencies in any confrontations. 10 days ago, a Guard spokesman told NPR that although the Army initially said that the Guard would carry it would neither carry weapons nor make arrests, nevertheless, this Guard spokesperson told NPR, the same national public radio Trump has defunded, that Guard members may be armed consistent with their mission and training. So it's all a load of shit. Now, I just got a notification of a message from someone. Oh, yes, it's Dear John. John sent an image. You know, this is unintentionally funny. Take a look at that fat black son of a bitch in camo. And you take a look at the short little black kid, this little nigglet in camo, in front of a Humvee with enough armament on it to massacre a neighborhood. The white guy's covered up by the white guy in front of him. Looks like he's giving him the finger. I think he's simply being emphatic. But, it's a comforting image. It's a comforting image because, these guys can't do shit. I hate to say it. It's not racist on my part. I'm not biased towards the white guy. It's simply, in this case, the white guy in the middle simply looks like he's the most fit among them. The black guy next to him looks like Fatty Arbuckle. The little nigglet on his other side looks like a dwarf. Apparently there's no age requirements. Height requirements. There's no height limits in the Army. So you can join if you're a fucking dwarf. There we go with that. These guys are no threat to. In one sense, they're no threat. Nevertheless, they are. Because what exactly is their mission and training, if any at all? National Guard troops prepare for civil unrest, which is why they're frequently called up when major protests break out. But the District of Columbia isn't seeing big demonstrations. Certainly not before Trump's takeover, and not really ever since either, despite some smaller protests by residents. As, here we are, another image here from our friend T-Tank Berry. As for the mission, that's even more obscure. It was Monday before last. Trump said that the plan was to liberate the District of Columbia from crime. Depending on who you believe, the takeover was triggered by the president's desire to change the subject away from Jeffrey Epstein, a reflexive reaction to a Fox News segment about D.C., or anger about an attempted carjacking involving a former dodgy staffer. But Trump cited no acute emergency, and he hasn't explained what the objective is at all. With no stated objective, there can be no endpoint. It can't be that crime ceases to exist. That's an impossible objective. So it all raises the scary prospect that he intends for it to just go on forever, or slide into martial law around the country. By the way, he finally explained it to me. Our man T-Tank Berry explained that is Fatty Arbuckle, the picture he sent. Holy shit, and this is Fatty Arbuckle later on in prison? What was he arrested for? I shudder to ask. Oh my god. But thanks for these images. They're always intriguing. You know, T. Tank Berry is a master of research. The past 14 night, the fortnight, 14 nights or 12 weeks, have seen a lively meta-debate about crime data, in which some people point out that crime is down sharply from 12 years ago and even more drastically from 30 years ago, while others emphasize that DC still sees more murders than some other big cities. None of this is necessarily in conflict. Still others question, sometimes in good faith, sometimes in bad, how accurate the available statistics even are. By the way, Super Clutch 420 says, these colors run and they fade. Yes, thank you, Super Clutch. That's fucking beautiful. Yes, indeed. That's great. Let me see if I can get the right emoji to respond with. Did I just shut myself out of the emoji department? Of course, I want to respond to that. It's, oh, I get it. That's coming down from the call itself. Let's see what we've got here. Going to word spread quickly. Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle had raped Virginia Rapp. Oh, Jesus Christ. By inserting a champagne bottle into her vagina, rupturing vital organs, resulting in death. Holy shit. Or maybe she was killed while engaged in intercourse with Fatty and his mammoth 270-pound girth. 275 pounds, I must say. Or maybe it was all made up by an ambitious prosecutor with an eye on the governor's mansion. This is, holy shit. That's, I'm appalled. I'm just appalled. I don't know how to respond to that. I had never known Fatty Arbuckle's ultimate fate. It's and to find out it's that, Jesus Christ, I'm surprised he didn't get the electric chair. How come we never hear about this? Well, most people don't know who Fatty Arbuckle is. He's from my daddy's day, my legal father's day. Okay, back as well as I can to the train of thought I was on. If you could call it such, it's more of a emotional catharsis. Everything that I've related thus far is all a little beside the point. Nothing about these deployments suggests that they will durably solve any of our real problems. The National Guard simply is not trained for routine police work. The head of the Drug Enforcement Administration, whom Trump tried to install atop the Metropolitan Police Department, has no experience in municipal policing. That was another point that Samuel Romero brought up to topic, was the fact that this is a government of amateurs. These are not professionals. These are all just fucking talking heads or pundits who are brought up by a dint of their loyalty to Trump, and certainly not due to any merit or talent. It's the blind leading the blind. Here we are, more information about Fatty Arbuckle. Huge even at birth. Weighing in reportedly at 16 pounds in 1887 in Kansas, the blonde-headed and fair-skinned Arbuckle developed into one surprisingly agile man despite his great weight. Yeah, like Brazil, they have what they call King Momo, and you got to be fat but agile. Now I hope Brendan's doing all right. He's with us in spirit, I can assure you that. He's sending a lot of GIFs, graphic interchange formatted images, and they're adorable. Okay, so thank you, Brendan, and thank you, T. Tank Berry. Now, how do I get back into the train of thought here? Let me get a bit more of that fire out of my testicles. Get that going, and that stokes my anger. Now, as I said, everything I've said thus far is a little beside the point. Nothing about these deployments will suggest that they'll really solve anything, because that's not what the Guard is for. And it's commanded by amateurs who have no experience in anything other than blowing their mouth off. The Washington Post's mapping proves that federal officers are mostly not in the District of Columbia's highest crime neighborhoods. The only arrests that are up sharply are, of course, as you would expect, immigration arrests. So basically, our dear friend T-Tank Berry found a image of King Momo, which I always find, it's always funny. It's always charming in its own way. It's party. It's the Brazilians are all about party time. Now, District of Columbia residents are hardly unfamiliar or uncomfortable with men and women in uniform. Civilians ride the metro with service members, work with them in federal offices, or serve them in restaurants. Several military facilities are located in the city, and the Pentagon is just over the Potomac in Virginia, yet many people are rattled and upset by the takeover. To choose one rough metric, restaurant reservations are down significantly. If the idea was to make residents feel safe, it sure as fuck isn't working. If the idea is to intimidate them, however, then I guess we could say it's a success. Legally, Trump has control over the District of Columbia National Guard, and he also has the power to temporarily take over the District of Columbia policing in a declared emergency, even if he has not actually identified any such circumstance. The addition of Guard troops from elsewhere is curious, because, as the journalist Philip Bump has reported, they come from states with cities more dangerous than the District of Columbia. Jackson, Mississippi has the highest murder rate in the nation, compared with cities of the same size or larger. But the troops also come from states with Republican governors, making them into a force whose leaders are presumably more politically loyal to the president. The Associated Press delicately noted, it's unclear why additional troops are needed. Talk about understatement. The unique status of the District of Columbia gives Trump more power to put soldiers in the streets. The bounds of the law have still held so far. When the Justice Department tried to install an emergency police commissioner, supplanting the current police chief, the city sued, and the administration backed down. But Trump and some of his allies are eager to move into other states where their authority is not so clear. A fortnight ago, the border czar, Tom Homan, said, "President Trump doesn't have a limitation on his authority to make this country safe again. There's no limitation on that." That's patently false, but it appears to be the animating force of administrative actions. The Constitution and U.S. laws establish no such thing as martial law, and a president's power to use federal troops inside the country is circumscribed. Trump did not outline what authority he might claim for similar actions elsewhere, but in his announcement, I'd say the week before last by now, he said he'd look at taking over New York and Chicago next. Recently, Representative James Comer, a Kentuckian close to the White House, said Trump and his allies have long been focused on Philadelphia, Baltimore, and St. Louis as well. To quote T, I think that this is an experiment that's probably needed in a lot of Democrat-run cities in America. Nearly every major city is run by a Democrat motherfucker, which makes them ripe targets for politicking and always for retribution. A group of Border Patrol agents showed up last week at a political rally in Los Angeles held by Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat and outspoken Trump critic, in what many of those present took as attempted intimidation. In a social media post, a Department of Homeland Security official said, "Our law enforcement operations are enforcing the law, not about Gavin Newsom." What's happening doesn't look like a carefully regimented and organized attempt at standing up a military dictatorship. Trump seldom acts with that sort of discipline. Instead, it looks like an improvisational and opportunistic grab of power. Trump seeing what he can get away with and what he can normalize. With no stated goal, and with an acquiescent Congress and Supreme Court, this country will end up with the United States military occupying our major cities before most Americans even realize what's happening. This is the denial that Sami Romero is insinuating. The fact that the majority of people will still think it's a fucking movie while they're, steamrollered under tank treads. This brings us to Trump's right-wing socialism. The Republican Party was once the defender of small government, free enterprise, and states' rights. Donald Trump's investment in the tech company Intel and his National Guard deployments prove how things have changed. Less effective, more intrusive. 29 years ago, William Jefferson Clinton, you remember him, Willie the Clit, or Billy the Clit, said, "The era of big government is over." Donald Trump never got the memo. In his second midterm, the president is embracing perhaps the most sweeping expansion of federal power since that of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, bullying state governments, abusing military force if necessary, telling private institutions, including media corporations and universities, how to operate, extorting law firms into doing free work for the government, and, in the latest escalation, taking a stake in the techno firm Intel. For decades, the American right and the Republican Party held themselves up as the defenders of individual citizens, corporations, and state and local governments against intrusive control from Washington. But where Ronald Reagan joked that the 9 most terrifying words in the English language were, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help," Trump's credo is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to take over." The debate in America is no longer about whether socialism can gain a foothold. It's whether the socialism that dominates will be progressive or right-wing. Paleo-reactionary pundits and trolls have long abused the term socialist as a ready-made epithet for any left-of-center policy ideas. Trump himself even called Kamala Harris a communist during the 2024 campaign. But Trump is offering proof that a government can be both socialist and reactionary. As recently as 2016, the right-wing writer Michael Anton argued in favor of a Trump presidency by warning of the, his words, soul-sapping effects of paternalistic big government and its cannibalization of civil society and religious institutions. Today, that's a pretty good description of Trump's approach to power. And that same ass-kissing white trash piece of shit, Michael Anton, now serves in Trump's State Department. Last week, the Trump misadministration announced that the government was taking a 10% stake in Intel. This would be remarkable enough on its own. The federal government doesn't usually take stakes in any companies, except in cases of imminent collapse that endanger the national economy. You know, too big to fucking fail. Yet the circumstances of this case were even more shocking. As Wall Street Journal reporting indicates, this was more of a protection racket than a business deal. First, the announcement came after the president demanded that Intel CEO Lip-Bu-Tan resign over past business dealings with the Communist Chinese military. Second, the stake was bought with $8.9 billion already promised to Intel as grants under a 2022 law passed by Congress. If Lip-Bu-Tan's ties to Red China were really a national security threat, going into business with him would be a curious choice indeed. Speaking with reporters, yesterday last week, Trump agreed that his action is a form of industrial policy. When the Biden administration adopted this approach, in which government is more closely involved with private businesses, Republicans and conservatives attacked it as socialist. The top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, says more investments will be coming soon. The self-described socialist, Senator Bernie Sanders, is in a rare case of agreement with Donald Trump. All on board with the Intel deal. I hope you're listening, Holly. There's your favorite commie selling out. But the arrangement has enraged some Trump allies. Eric Erickson, the veteran conservative commentator, fumed and fulminated. This is actual socialism happening by a Republican administration. You may be comfortable with socialism. You may decide you like socialism because someone from the Trump administration wants socialism. But my God, people, what have we been fighting for the last decade? You know, I gotta admit, he poses a fair question. Except that this is hardly a major divergence from Trump's modus operandi. Over the weekend, Governor Wes Moore of Maryland, Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson responded with verbal jousts to Trump's threats to federalize National Guard forces over the governor's objections and send them to Chicago and Baltimore following his militarization of Washington District of Columbia. Trump has still not laid out what the objective of any of these misactions is, short of a vaguely claiming he's enforcing order, nor has he ever suggested whenever they should stop, nor even why the National Guard is suited to them at all. But paleo-reactionaries have traditionally been very uncomfortable with this kind of federal intrusion on states, even in far more justifiable cases, such as enforcing desegregation. Meanwhile, Trump is attempting to force states to stop using mail-in ballots, which he falsely claims are linked to fraud, a notion fed to him recently by the notorious election thief Vladimir Putin. As Barton Gellman wrote in the New York Times, this is an astonishing attempted grab of power over elections. The Constitution vests control of elections with Congress or the states themselves, not the goddamn president. Some Republicans even objected when the Obama administration tried to set up cybersecurity assistance for election systems. But no one is questioning Trump today, aside from myself. At the same time, Trump is trying to depose a Federal Reserve governor so that he can exert more control over monetary policy. These are attempts to expand the federal government's reach within the public sector. More unusual still are the incursions into private enterprises. The Intel stake is only the most recent and most expansive. Trump strong-armed law firms into agreements in which they're reportedly doing free work to boost his agenda. Was it just last night or last weekend? Hard for me to keep track of time. That he threatened to revoke the broadcast licenses for NBC and ABC stations, omitting CBS, which had already knuckled under to him, in his latest attack on free speech and attempt to force the press to cover him positively, and only positively, all the time. Not content to merely police universities' use of affirmative action or potential civil rights violations, the federal government has effectively fired a university president and is trying to control what curricula they can teach and dictate what students they can and cannot admit. Trump is even trying to tell the National Baseball Hall of Fame whom it should enshrine. Paradoxically, Trump is also shrinking the federal government's footprint, as measured by headcount and agencies. He's closed or sought to shut down USAID, United States Aid to International Developing Nations, USAID, the Education Department, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and has fired or bought out hundreds of thousands of federal employees. The exact number is difficult to know because of unresolved litigation and the misadministration's opacity. Yet even as he shrinks the size of our government, he is expanding its role into new and unprecedented areas. And the pace of government spending continues to rise, in part because of all of these ill-conceived efficiency cuts. The result is a government that is less effective at providing services, more expensive, and more intrusive. This is just the nightmare that right-wing politicians and pseudo-thinkers have been warning about for a century. And now their own party has made it a reality. The era of small government is truly over. And to bring us back to the subject Sammy Romero broached, in the years since Columbine, school shootings have changed as a result. They've become ritualized. It's all part of a deep state satanic agenda, the practice of human sacrifice. It's too ritualized, too regular, even to the point of regulated, that anyone could conclude otherwise. On the evening, what was the date? It was, I think, April 29th. of 2014, in the southern Minnesota town of Waseca, a woman was doing the dishes when she looked out her kitchen window and saw a young man walking through her backyard. He was wearing a backpack and carrying a fast food bag and was headed in the direction of the Mini-Max storage facility next to her house. Something about him didn't seem right. Why was he going through her yard instead of using the sidewalk? He walked through puddles, not around them. He fiddled with the lock of Unit 129, as if he were trying to break in. She called the police. A group of 3 officers arrived and rolled up the unit's door. The young man was standing in the center. He was slight of build, with short-cropped brown hair and pale skin. Scattered around his feet was an assortment of boxes and containers. Motor oil, roof cement, several styrofoam coolers, a can of ammunition, a camouflage bag, and cardboard boxes labeled red iron oxide filled with a red powder. His name was John Ledoux, and he was but 17 years old. One of the officers started to pat Ledoux down. According to the police report, I'm reading therefrom, Ledoux immediately became defensive, stating that it was his storage unit and asked what I was doing and pulling away. The officers asked him to explain what he was up to. Ledoux told them to guess. Another of the officers, Tim Schroeder, said he thought Ledoux was making bombs. Ledoux admitted that he was, but said that he didn't want to talk about it in the storage locker. That's a wise move, 'cause things could have blown. The 4 went back to the Waseca police station, and Ledoux and Schroeder sat down together with a tape recorder between them. Schroeder asked, "What's going on today, John?" Ledoux replied, "It's gonna be hard for me to talk about." Now that interview began at 7:49 p.m. It continued for almost 3 hours. Ledoux said he was making Molotov cocktails, but a deadlier variant of the traditional kind, using motor oil and tar instead of gasoline. From there, he intended to move on to bigger and more elaborate pressure cooker bombs, of the sort used by the Tsarnaev brothers at the Boston Marathon bombing. Listing various kinds of explosive powder, thousands of ball bearings, pipes for pipe bombs, 15 pounds of potassium perchlorate, 9 pounds of aluminum powder, and, well, basically he told Schroeder, "There are far more things out in that unit than meet the eye. Magnesium ribbon and rust, which I use to make thermite, which burns at 5,000 degrees Celsius." So Schroeder asked him what his intentions were. And Ledoux replied, "I have a notebook under my bed that explains it." Schroeder said, "Okay, can you talk to me about those intentions that are in that notebook?" And Ledoux said, "Okay, sometime before the end of the school year, my plan was to steal a recycling bin from the school and take one of the pressure cookers I made and put it in the hallway and blow it up during passing period time. I would detonate when people were fleeing, just like the Boston bombings, and blow them up too. Then my plans were to enter and throw Molotov cocktails and pipe bombs and destroy everyone, and then when the SWAT comes, I would destroy myself." Now, in his own bedroom, he had an SKS assault rifle with 60 rounds of ammunition, a Beretta 9mm handgun, a gun safe with an additional firearm, and 3 ready-made explosive devices. You know, the only thing I can't really understand when I go through this police transcript, why did he have a gun safe? I mean, was he afraid of some child breaking into his room and picking up a firearm? Bizarre! On the day of the attack, he would start with a .22 caliber rifle and move on to a shotgun in order to prove that high-capacity assault-style rifles were unnecessary for an effective school attack. Maybe I shouldn't even be telling you kids this. At any rate, Schroeder asked him, "Do you have any brothers and sisters?" Ledoux said, "Yes, I have a sister. She's 1 year older than me." Schroeder, from the police transcript here, "Okay, she goes to school too?" Ledoux, "Yes." Schroeder, "She's a senior?" Ledoux, "She is." Schroeder, "Okay, so you would have done this stuff while she was at school as well?" Ledoux, "I forgot to mention a detail. Before that day, I was planning to kill my entire family first." Schroeder, "Why would you dispose of your family?" What? What have they done?" Ledoux, "They did nothing wrong. I just want as many victims as possible." How is this not satanically ritualized? How is this individual not programmed? Nobody in the past thought like this. Nobody in the past behaved like this. This is a product of the Aquino revolution in your military-industrial occult complex, which uses its intelligence branch, I choke on the word intelligence here, to produce these monsters. On February 2nd of 1996, in Moses Lake, Washington, a 14-year-old named Barry Lukaitis walked into Frontier Middle School dressed in a black duster, carrying 2 handguns, like a cowboy, 78 rounds of ammunition, and a hunting rifle. He killed 2 students and wounded a 3rd before shooting his algebra teacher in the back. I presume the fucker was running away. In the next 12 years, there were 6 more major incidents in serial succession. And timed like a syndicated television show. One after the other. 16-year-old Evan Ramsey in Bethel, Alaska. 16-year-old Luke Woodham, I think, in Pearl, Mississippi. 14-year-old Michael Carneal in West Paducah, Kentucky. 13-year-old Mitchell Johnson and 11-year-old Andrew Golden in Jonesboro, Arkansas. 14-year-old Andrew Wilst in Edinboro, Pennsylvania. And 15-year-old Kip Kinkle in Springfield, Oregon. In April of 1999, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold launched their infamous attack on Columbine High in Littleton, Colorado, and from there the slaughter has only continued through the 32 killed and 17 wounded by Seung-Hui Cho at Virginia Tech in 2007, the year of my father's death, the 26 killed by Adam Lanza at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012, and the 9 killed by Christopher Harper Mercer. Well, early in the year of 2015 at Umpqua Community College in Oregon. Since Sandy Hook, there have been, well, between Sandy Hook and October of 2015, there were more than 140 school shootings in the United States before I stopped counting. How can you not say that this isn't an assembly line of satanic mass ritual sacrifice of children? If you're in denial of that, you're out of your fucking mind. School shootings are a postmodern phenomenon. There were scattered instances of gunmen or bombers attacking schools in the years before MEMqədy, but they were lower profile. And of course, anyone who thinks Samuel Romero was racially profiling, how can you help but do so? School shootings only involve young white men. And, not surprisingly, given the ready availability of firearms in these United States, the phenomenon is almost exclusively American. But beyond those facts, the great puzzle is how little school shooters fit any kind of pattern. Evan Ramsey, who walked into his high school with a 12-gauge shotgun and killed 12 people, had a chaotic home life. His mother was an alcoholic who lived with a series of violent men. In one 2-year stretch, he lived in 10 foster homes and was both sexually and physically abused. That's the trauma programming, the trauma training right there. That's the breaking training to produce your bad news bear. When Evan was 6, his father sent an ad to the local newspaper, which declined to publish it. So he packed 12 guns, chained the door of the newspaper, set off smoke grenades, and held the publisher at gunpoint. But Kip Kinkle, who shot his parents, then killed 12 others and wounded 250 people at his high school, had never been traumatized. He had a loving family. He was the child of school teachers so beloved that 1,700 people came to their memorial service. Kinkle was psychotic. He thought the Chinese were preparing to attack the United States, that Disney had plans for world domination, shades of Ian fucking West, and that the government had placed a computer chip inside his head, which might have been the only accurate understanding that he had. Meanwhile, the architect of the Columbine killings, Eric Harris, was a classic psychopath. He was charming and manipulative. He was a habitual lawbreaker. He stole, vandalized, purchased firearms illegally, set off homemade bombs, and at one point hacked into his school's computer system, only to write, "Ich bin Gott," the Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak, for I am God, in his school planner. His journals were filled with fantasies about rape and mutilation. To read therefrom, I want to tear a throat out with my own teeth like a pop can. I want to gut someone with my hand, to tear a head off and rip out the heart and lungs from the neck, to stab someone in the gut, shove it up to their heart. A school shooter, it appears, could be someone who had been brutally abused by the world, or someone who imagined that the world brutally abused him, or someone who wanted to brutally abuse the world himself. The MEMqədy case does not resolve this puzzle. MEMqədy doesn't hear voices. He isn't emotional or malicious or angry or vindictive. Schroeder asked him about violent games, and he says he hasn't been playing them much, at least not recently before his infamous transcribed police interview. Then they talk in that same transcribed interview about violent music, and MEMqədy says he's been playing guitar for 8 years and has little patience for the retarded music of bands like Bullet or for My Valentine. That's a band. It's named Bullet for My Valentine. Or Asking Alexandria. Or some crap like that. He liked Metallica. Solid, normal, old school, heavy metal. And LeDoux told Schroeder, I was never bullied at all. I don't think I have ever been bullied in my life. I have good parents. I live in a good town. Now, when that interview was concluded, the police drove over to see LeDoux's parents. They lived a few minutes away in a tidy 12-story stucco house on a corner lot. The LeDouxs were frantic. It was 10:30 p.m. and their son was never out past 9 on a school night. His mother was trying to track him down on her laptop through his cell phone account. They were calling all the people he had most recently texted, trying to find him. Then the police arrived with the news that their son had threatened to kill his own family, the whole family, and blow up Waseca High School. And the LeDouxs were forced to account for a fact entirely outside their imagining. No, their son had never been diagnosed with any mental illness or depression. That's what David LeDoux, John's father, told the police. He isn't taking any medication. He's never expressed a desire to hurt anyone. Apparently, they've never been to his room to look at all those guns that were outside of the gun safe. That alone speaks volumes, but anyhow, I think it was David LeDoux who went on to say he spends a lot of time in front of his computer looking at YouTube videos. He liked to experiment with what the father figure, David LeDoux, called his interesting devices. He wears a lot of black. Isn't that what teenagers do? Now, David LeDoux at that point was desperate to come up with something, anything, to make sense of what he had just been told. The police report says, David told me that after his son had stayed with his brother for a couple of months at the beginning of last summer, he had returned proclaiming to be an atheist, stating that he no longer believed in religion. And then, David LeDoux also spoke of an incident when Austin Walters and John LeDoux had gone deer hunting. John had reportedly shot a deer that had not died right away and had to be finished off. He put that in quotes, finished off. David LeDoux stated that he heard that Austin's cell phone was used to make a video of the deer that he felt was inappropriate, although he had never seen the video. Again, this is something, if you're a parent, I would think you would look into. It really says more than we need to know. David LeDoux showed me a photo. This is from the police report I'm reading. David LeDoux showed me a photo on his laptop of John LeDoux leering, holding a semi-automatic rifle next to a deer that had been killed. David LeDoux pointed to the picture, stating that this was the facial expression he was talking about that he thought was concerning. And that was the best that Daddy could do. It was the best anyone could do that night. Waseca is a community of some 10,000 people amid the cornfields of southern Minnesota. One high school, a Walmart, a beautiful lake just outside town. Minneapolis is well over an hour away. There was simply no room in anyone's cultural understanding for the acts John LeDoux was describing. By the end, a kind of fatigue seemed to set in, and the normal codes of Midwestern civility reasserted themselves. All that the interrogation or confession or conversation, whatever it was, between Schroeder and Ledoux seems to have established is that we need a new way to make sense of the school shooting phenomenon. To go back to this transcript here, Schroeder, until we can figure out what exactly is where we are all at, we're just going to take you up and put you in a cell, or holding cell for the time being, until we can get it figured out. Ledoux says, okay. And Schroeder says, okay. Ledoux goes, Schroeder says, I'll let you put your shoes on. Yeah, I'll hold on to your phone for now, all right? I'll let you put your shoes on. Ledoux says, I'm wearing contacts, by the way. What should I do with them? Schroeder says, you can keep them in. Ledoux says, okay. Are you going to handcuff me? Schroeder says, I am going to cuff you. Ledoux becomes inaudible at that point. Schroeder says, I am going to double pat you down again. And then, almost apologetically, he adds, I know I already did once. Now, in a famous essay published about 4 decades ago by now, maybe about 50 years ago, half a 100 years ago, the Stanford sociologist Mark Granovetter set out to explain a paradox. Situations where outcomes do not seem intuitively consistent with the underlying individual preferences. What explains a person or a group of people doing things that seem at odds with who they are or what they think is right? Granovetter took riots as one of his main examples, because a riot is a case of destructive violence that involves a great number of otherwise quite normal people who would not usually be disposed to violence. Most previous explanations had focused on explaining how someone's beliefs might be altered in the moment. An early theory was that a crowd cast a kind of intoxicating spell over its participants. Then the argument shifted to the idea that rioters might be rational actors. Maybe at the moment a riot was beginning, people changed their beliefs. They saw what was at stake and recalculated their estimations of the costs and benefits of taking part. But Granovetter thought it was a mistake to focus on the decision-making processes of each rioter in isolation. In his view, a riot was not a collection of individuals, each of whom arrived independently at the decision to break windows. A riot was a social process in which people did things in reaction to and in combination with those around them. Social processes are driven by our thresholds, which he defined as the number of people who need to be doing some activity before we agree to join them. In the elegant theoretical model Granovetter proposed, riots were started by people with a threshold of 0. Instigators willing to throw a rock through a window at the slightest provocation. Then comes the person who will throw a rock if someone else goes first. He has a threshold of 1. Next is the person with the threshold of 2. His qualms are overcome when he sees the instigator and the instigator's accomplice. Next to him is someone with a threshold of 3, who would never break windows and loot stores unless there were 3 people right in front of him who were already doing that. And so on up to the 100th person a righteous, upstanding citizen who nonetheless could set his beliefs aside and grab a camera from the broken window of the electronics store if everyone around him was grabbing cameras from the electronics store. Granovetter was most taken by the situations in which people did things for social reasons that went against everything they believed as individuals. About the findings of a study of delinquent boys, he wrote, "Most did not think it right to commit illegal acts or even particularly want to do so, but group interaction was such that none could admit this without loss of status. In our terms, their threshold for stealing cars is low because daring masculine acts brings status, and reluctance to join, once others have, carries the high cost of being labeled a sissy." You can't just look at an individual's norms and motives. You need to look at the group. His argument has a second implication. We misleadingly use the word copycat to describe contagious behavior, implying that new participants in an epidemic act in a manner identical to the source of their infection. But rioters are not homogeneous. If a riot evolves as it spreads, starting with the hot-headed rock thrower and ending with the upstanding citizen, then rioters are a profoundly heterogeneous group. Finally, Granovetter's model suggests that riots are sometimes more than spontaneous outbursts. If they evolve, it means they have depth and length and a history. Granovetter thought that the threshold hypothesis could be used to describe everything from elections to strikes, and even matters as prosaic as how people decide it's time to leave a party. He was writing in 1978, long before teenage boys made a habit of wandering through their high schools with assault rifles. But what if the way to explain the school shooting epidemic is to go back and use the Granovetterian model to think of it as a slow-motion, ever-evolving riot in which each new participant's action makes sense in reaction to and in combination with those who came before. The first 7 major shooting cases, Leucadis, Ramsey, Woodham, Carneal, Johnson and Golden, Wurst and Kinkel, were disconnected and idiosyncratic. Leucadis was obsessed with Stephen King's novel Rage, written under King's pseudonym Richard Bachman, about a high school student who kills his algebra teacher with a handgun. Kip Kinkel, on the morning of his attack, played Wagner's Liebestad, Alraya, over and over. Even Ramsey's father thought his son was under the influence of the video game Doom. The parents of several of Michael Carneal's victims sued the makers and distributors of the movie The Basketball Diaries. Then came Columbine. The sociologist Ralph Larkin argues that Harris and Klebold laid down the cultural script for the next generation of shooters. They had a website. They made home movies starring themselves as hitmen. They wrote lengthy manifestos. They recorded their basement tapes. Their motivations were spelled out with grandiose specificity. Harris said he wanted to kickstart a revolution. Larkin looked at the 12 major school shootings in the United States in the 8 years after Columbine, and he found that in 8 of those subsequent cases, the shooters made explicit reference to Harris and Klebold. Of the 11 school shootings outside the United States between 1999 and 2007, the year of my legal sire's demise, Larkin says 6 were plainly versions of Columbine. Of the 11 cases of thwarted shootings in the same period, Larkin says all were Columbine-inspired. Along the same lines, the sociologist Natalie E. Payton has analyzed the online videos created by post-Columbine shooters and found a recurring set of stylized images. A moment where the killer points his gun at the camera, then at his own temple, and then spreads his arms wide with a gun in each hand. The close-up, the wave goodbye at the end. She writes, school shooters explicitly name or represent each other. She mentions one who, her words, refers to Cho as a brother in arms. Another who points out that his cultural tastes are like those of Eric and Dylan. A third who uses images from the Columbine's shooting surveillance camera and devotes several videos to the Columbine killers. And she notes, this aspect underlines the fact that the boys actively take part in associating themselves to a group. Larkin and Payton are describing the dynamics of Granovetter's threshold model of group behavior. Luke Woodham, the third in this progression, details in his journal how he and a friend tortured his dog Sparkle. I read therefrom, I will never forget the howl she made. It sounded almost human. We laughed and hit her hard. A low-threshold participant like Woodham didn't need anyone to model his act of violence for him. His own imagination was more than up to the task. But compare him to a post-Columbine shooter like Darien Aguilar, the 19-year-old who, the year 2014, killed 12 people in a skate shop in Maryland, a Maryland shopping mall, before killing himself. Aguilar wanted to be a chef. He had a passion for plant biology. He was quiet, but not marginalized or even bullied. A friend of his told the Washington Post, he was a good person. He always believed in inner peace. He was just a really funny guy. In the months before the shooting, he went to a doctor complaining of hearing voices. But according to the police, his voices were non-specific, non-violent, and really not directing him to do anything. It's almost like they're covering the ass for Langley, Virginia, and their voice-to-skull technology. Sure, they're beaming him, but he's still responsible. The kid who wants to be a chef and hears non-specific, non-violent voices requires a finely elaborated script in order to carry out his attack. That's what Payton and Larkin meant. That's what they mean, because their work holds relevance right now. The effect of Harris and Klebold's example was to make it possible for people with far higher thresholds, boys who would ordinarily never think of firing a weapon at their classmates, to join in the riot. Aguilar dressed up like Eric Harris. He used the same weapons as Harris. He wore a backpack like Harris's. He hid in the changing room of the store until 11:14 a.m., the precise time when the Columbine incident began, and then came out shooting. A few months later, Aaron Ibarra walked onto the campus of Seattle Pacific University and shot 3 people, 1 fatally. Afterward, he told police he could never have done it without the guidance of Eric Harris and Swing-Wee Cho in my head. Especially Eric Harris. He was he was a master of all shooters. So between Columbine and Aaron Ibarra, the riot changed. It became more and more self-referential, more ritualized, more and more about identification with the school shooting tradition. Because now that's exactly what it is. Eric Harris wanted to start a revolution. Aguilar and Ibarra wanted to join one. Harris saw himself as a hero. Aguilar and Ibarra were a couple of coon cadre hero worshippers. Now imagine that the riot takes a big step further along the progression to someone with an even higher threshold, for whom the group identification and immersion in the culture of school shooting are even more dominant considerations. That's John LeDoux. LeDoux told Schroeder, "There is one that you probably never heard of, like back in 1927, and his name was Andrew Kehoe. He killed like 45 with like dynamite and stuff." Ibarra was a student of Virginia Tech and Columbine. LeDoux is a scholar of the genre, who speaks of his influences the way a budding filmmaker might talk about Fellini or Bergman. To quote his T, the other one was Charles Whitman. I don't know if you knew who that was. He was who they called the sniper at the Austin, Texas University. He was an ex-Marine. He got like 16. Quite impressive. And LeDoux had his opinions. He didn't like the cowards who would shoot themselves as soon as the police showed up. He disapproved of Adam Lanza because he shot kindergartners at Sandy Hook instead of people his own age. To quote his T, "That's just pathetic. Have some dignity, damn it." He didn't like some shaking schizophrenic dude you'd look at in class and move away from. He preferred a certain subtlety. Someone you'd say, "I never knew he would do something like that." Someone you would not suspect. One person fit the bill. My number one idol is Eric Harris. I think I just see myself in him. Like he would be the kind of guy I'd want to be with. Like if I knew him, I just thought he was cool. Now John LeDoux, who I've been quoting, I hope you understand that much, was charged with 4 counts of attempted murder, 12 counts of damage to property, and 6 counts of possession of explosives. It didn't take long, however, for the case to run into difficulty. The first problem being that under Minnesota law, telling a police officer of your plans to kill someone does not rise to the level of attempted murder, and the most serious of the charges against LeDoux were all dismissed. The second problem was more complicated. The prosecution saw someone who wanted to be Eric Harris and plainly assumed that meant he must be like Eric Harris, that there must be a dark heart below LeDoux's benign exterior. But the lesson of the Granovetarian progression, of course, is that this isn't necessarily true. The longer a riot goes on, the less the people who join it resemble the people who started it. As Granovetter writes, it is a mistake to assume that if most members of a group make the same behavior decision, to join the riot, for example, We can infer from this that most ended up sharing the same norm or belief about the situation, whether or not they did at the beginning. And this June, I think it was the June of 2015, at a hearing where the results of LeDoux's psychiatric evaluation were presented, it became clear just how heterogeneous the riot had already become. The day's testimony began with the forensic psychologist, Catherine Cranbrook. She had interviewed LeDoux for 2.5 hours. She said she had examined many juveniles implicated in serious crimes, and they often had an escalating history of aggression, theft, fighting at school, and other antisocial behaviors. LeDoux did not. He had, furthermore, been given the full battery of tests for someone in his position. The SAVRY, S-A-V-R-Y, the Structured Assessment of Violence Risk in Youth. The youth version of the Psychopathy Checklists, the PCL. And the RSTI, the Risk Sophistication Treatment Inventory. And the results didn't raise any red flags. He wasn't violent or mentally ill. His problem was something far more benign. He was simply a little off. Cranbrook said, he has a rather odd usage, somewhat overly formal language. He appears to lack typical relational capacity for family members. He indicates that he would have completed the actions, but he doesn't demonstrate any concern or empathy for the impact that could have had on others. The conclusion of all three of the psychologists who spoke at the hearing was that LeDoux had a mild to moderate case of autism. He had an ASD, or autism spectrum disorder, or what used to be called Asperger's syndrome. Now, that revelation turned the case upside down. The fact that LeDoux confessed to Schroeder so readily made him sound cold-blooded, but it turns out that this is typical of people on the autism spectrum in their encounters with police. Their literal-mindedness leads them to answer questions directly. LeDoux was fascinated, as many teenage boys are, by guns and explosions, but he didn't know the acceptable way to express those obsessions. Now, Mary Kenning, another of the psychologists who examined him, said at the hearing, John has a tendency to say sort of jarring things without much ability to gauge their impact on people. In other words, he spoke without empathy when he discussed killing his family, which made him sound like a psychopath. But the empathy deficits of the people on the autism spectrum, which leaves them socially isolated and vulnerable to predation, are worlds apart from those of the psychopath, whose deficits are put to use in the cause of manipulation and exploitation. Now, much of what is so disturbing about LeDoux's exchanges with Schroeder, in fact, is simply his version of the quintessential ASD symptom of restricted range of interests. He's obsessive. He insists on applying logic and analysis to things that most of us know we aren't supposed to be logical and analytical about. What should he wear? The standard uniform for school shooters is a duster. But it doesn't make sense to wear a duster to school. As LeDoux himself explained, because, in his words, that's a bit suspicious. He'd store it in his locker. Where should the bombs go? Harris and Klebold had chosen the cafeteria, but LeDoux felt that was too obvious, and logistically speaking, well, placing them in the hallway by the water fountains made more sense. When should he attack? April made the best sense, because that's the month that all the really bad tragedies happened, like Titanic, Columbine, Oklahoma City bombing, Boston bombing. And what went wrong at Columbine anyway? It was supposed to be a bomb attack. So why didn't the devices planted by Harris and Klebold explode? Well, in LeDoux's words, they were trying to create a circuit which would ignite some gasoline to hit the propane and cause a Bleve, B-L-E-V-E, which is a boiling, liquid, expanding vapor explosion, which is basically the same thing as, say, a pipe bomb, except with, like, gases. You know? Or rather, this is how LeDoux patiently explained it all to Schroeder before launching into a long technical digression on the relative merits of hydrazine, ammonium, percolate, cheddite, nitroglycerin, and flash powder. He was even more scathing about the Boston bombers' use of pressure cooker bombs. He thought they would make, well, that they made a crappy design of it. They used nails and black powder from fireworks. It would have made far more sense to use flash powder and ball bearings. At least that's what LeDoux thought, because spherical shrapnel are superior to nails in damage. LeDoux told Schroeder that he had 2 YouTube channels devoted to his work. But anyone who's reviewed the assembled videos expecting to see something macabre would only be disappointed. They're all home movies of LeDoux testing whether tiny fuses will ignite when placed inside a plastic water bottle, or whether he can successfully blow a quarter-size hole in the side of a plastic playground slide. In the world before Columbine, people like LeDoux played with chemistry sets in their basements and dreamed of being astronauts. The idea that people with autism spectrum disorders can stumble into patterns of serious criminality has a name: counterfeit deviance. It has long been an issue in cases involving ASD, teenagers, and child pornography. The attorney, Mark J. Mahoney, has written in a paper that was published a decade ago by now that they are intellectually intact people with good computer skills, but extraordinary brain-based naivete, acting in social isolation, compulsively pursuing interests which often unknowingly take them into forbidden territory. They come upon an online image that appeals to their immature sexuality and don't understand its social and legal implications. That's me talking, not the attorney, Mark J. Mahoney, by the way. The image might be marked for the rest of us because the child is in some kind of distress, but those kinds of emotional signals, they're precisely what ASD teenagers struggle to understand. They start to obsessively collect similar images, not out of some twisted sexual urge, but simply because that's the way their curiosity is configured. It's how they process. What gets these young adults into trouble with the law, and here we go back to the attorney Mark J. Mahoney, he says it's not abnormal sexual desires, but their tendency to express or pursue normal interests in a manner outside social conventions. So was John LeDoux's deviance counterfeit? He told Cranbrook that he would have gone ahead with his plan had he not been stopped, and she believed him. The second of the psychologists to examine him, James Gilbertson, also felt that LeDoux's threat was quite real. His obsessive preparation had created a powerful momentum toward action. But at every turn, his reluctance and ambivalence was apparent. He was the 99th person in warily eyeing the rock. At one point, Schroeder asked him why, if April, as the month of Titanic, Waco, Oklahoma City, and Columbine, was so critical symbolically, he hadn't attacked the school already. It was April 29th of the year 2014, after all. LeDoux, who had been a model of lucidity throughout, was suddenly flustered. Which is an important point in the narrative here. I wanted to do it around April, but I decided not to do it April 19th because I think, no, April 19th wouldn't work because that was a Saturday. I think April 14th was it because I figured I didn't want to do it April 18th because I figured because 420 was coming up. 420 being National Marijuana Day and Adolf Hitler's birthday, and the day after Columbine, which was done on Adolf Hitler's birthday Eve day. That's me talking, not LeDoux. But to get back to LeDoux, I figured they would have some dogs there, and I find the stuff I had planted in the hallway. In other words, he figured that on Hitler's birthday, which is also the legalization of marijuana day, they would have dogs there to find the marijuana, and they'd find the stuff he planted in the hallway. Back to his final statement from the paragraph as far as I want to go with this, because it's quite convoluted. But that's not the case now, because now it's May, and I just wanted to get it done before school was out. So you see, he had planned every aspect of the attack meticulously, except for the part where he actually launches the attack. He was uncomfortable. When Schroeder pressed him further, he came up with more excuses. He said, I had a cooker to buy, meaning he had yet to purchase the central component of his bombs. And then I had to steal a shotgun too. He had been stalling, prolonging the planning, delaying the act. Then the 12 of them started talking about ammunition, and LeDoux came up with the third excuse. He had purchased 20 clips, but they didn't fit on the bolt because they were too wide, and they had a feeding problem going in there. The low threshold shooters were in the grip of powerful grievances. But LeDoux doesn't seem to have had any grievances. In his notebooks, instead, he seems to spend a good deal of effort trying to manufacture them from scratch. School shooter protocol called for him to kill his parents. But he likes his parents. Gilbertson said he sees them as good people, loving him, caring about him. But he has to take their life, according to his manifesto, to prove that he's up to the task, to prove he has no human feelings anymore, that he's scrubbed out. After he set off a minor explosion at a local playground, he wrote a letter to the police. Of the letter, he said, I guess you guys never found it. Did you? I put it in someone's mailbox and told them to give it to you guys, but they never did. He seems well aware that his obsession has put him on a dangerous course. To quote his T again, okay, first, I like a check from a psychiatrist or something. He said that at one point. And then again, I just want to find out what's wrong with me, actually. I more just want a psychiatric test, and that's really it, though. I wanted to ask for a psychologist many times, but obviously I didn't want my parents knowing about it because I wanted to keep it under the radar. When the 3 policemen showed up at his storage locker, it must have been a relief. I figured you guys would be looking for me. That's what he told the police later on. Now, the John LeDoux case, I think it took its final turn in September of 2015. The hearing was at the Waseca County Courthouse. It's a forbidding Gothic building on the main downtown strip. And LeDoux, dressed in an orange jumpsuit with Waseca County Prison stenciled on the back, was led by a pair of marshals. He had spent the previous 17 months in a few different juvenile facilities before being transferred in July to the local prison. His hair was longer. He wore thick black-framed glasses. He didn't look at any of the spectators who had come to the hearing. The prosecutor and LeDoux's attorney announced that they had reached a new plea agreement. LeDoux would plead guilty to explosives charges in exchange for an extended course of psychiatric treatment and 5 to 10 years of probation. The judge walked him through the particulars of the plea deal, and he answered every question in this deep, oddly adult voice. He was respectful and polite, except when the prosecutor asked him if he understood the difference between an incendiary device and an explosive device, adding, as she did, it was a her, that she asked him about the explosive device as if she were talking to a child, with something that could go boom. When he answered, "Yep," there was this brief flare of irritation that entered this voice. You know, this tone of, "Are you kidding me?" Now, after the hearing, David LeDoux stood on the sidewalk in front of the courthouse and answered questions. That's the dad I'm talking about at this point. Shorter and stockier than his son, forceful and direct. He said that in order to meet with John the previous evening and discuss the plea deal, he had to work 2 16-hour shifts in succession. He was exhausted. He was there, he said, because I love him. I can't let go and walk away and forget about it and put it out of my mind. He wanted to remind the world that his son was human. LeDoux said he had love. He liked affection like anybody else. I saw the expression on his face when he talked to his sister. I saw things in him that he would, certainly at that time, would have denied. He talked about how difficult it was for men, and for teenage boys in particular, to admit to vulnerability. You know, he graduated at the top from Prairie Lake. Then he started talking proudly, you know, like a proud dad referring to the juvenile detention facility where his son had finished his final year of high school. He got an A in calculus. We were mailed his diploma. There's no way I could have done that. Yeah, well, he's autistic, you idiot. At any rate, in the day of Eric Harris, we could try to console ourselves with the thought that there was nothing we could do, that no law or intervention or restrictions on guns could make a difference in the face of someone so evil. But the riot has now engulfed the boys who were once content to play with chemistry sets in the basement. The problem is not that there is an endless supply of deeply disturbed young men who are willing to contemplate horrific acts. It's much worse. It's that young men no longer need to be deeply disturbed to contemplate horrific acts. That is the horror of the world you live in. We are at the 100th person. And that's why it takes someone who's just a little less and just a little more than human to tell you all about it. Now, I think I've earned my pay with that. I think I deserve a break. How about bringing somebody else on? Let's see if we can get Sammy Romero back with us, or Holly if she's willing to call, or anybody else. Honestly, I can't do all the work. So, geez, if there's a way we could push a button to see if we could bring somebody on. It's not even that I need a bathroom break. It's just that you can imagine what that takes out of a person. We've come to the point, of course, where I used to rave all night for 12 hours. But honestly, I think less is more, and it's just time to make the point. Doesn't take 12 hours to do it. I would make point after point, of course, on nights like that, but I think it would get lost on people. Probably best to make a major point each episode. Now, okay, let's, hey, Sammy, can you hear me? Are you out there? Are you listening? Holly joins us. Holly, where have you been hiding?
Oh, man, I came in late, but I've heard quite a lot now. That was incredibly painful and so penetrating.
Thank you, honey.
And insightful.
Oh, bless you.
I no matter what, I was going to come and say that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I read a thing today now for the year 286 mass shootings.
Jesus
Not
Christ.
just schools.
Yeah.
But mostly schools. Nightclubs, workplaces. That thing they just did to the CDC. Holy shit, that guy.
Tell us about that.
Riddled, the Centers for Disease Control just got riddled with bullets from outside.
Yeah.
And this last
He's one of RFK's kids. He's one of RFK's kids. Go on.
No shit. This last one, 23 years old, that did the school. Just a couple days. No, the church.
Yes, that's today. Today was
Sunday,
church.
or was it? Yeah, it was the church. So I think now today's way up to Wednesday. Yeah, it was only like yesterday or today. Nailed the door shut from outside, and just rained down fire through all the windows. And long social history all out there, plain as day, wanting to share the word. And this whole, it's so like exactly how you laid out. These kind of people could never be organized, but they don't need to be.
Yeah.
Because now all this feeling, this clubhouse feeling, remember the old book, Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds?
Yes.
I was thinking about that.
Tell people about that
But
book.
it's just a classic in the field, and I never read it all the way through, but the layout you gave of the 100 Monkey March is just really tells the story. And, the chilling wrap-up. We've just had 100. We just hit 100. So, no, they don't have to be crazy.
Yeah.
And it's like, when I was a kid, those kids went on to be millionaires.
Yeah, well, that's Elon Musk. Elon Musk is he's a mass shooter.
That's coming around.
Yeah, he's a mass shooter in disguise as a multi-billionaire. Yeah, go on. No.
Totally. But now daddy's got an AK in the closet, and he'll take you for an AR on your 16th birthday.
Yeah.
So the River of Iron is so personal. There's another interesting book going back to the ritualized aspect of it called Blood Sacrifice in the Nation. It's an oldie but a goodie. Oxford Press, a couple of professors, academic style, interesting photographs. And it talks about how when a society goes secular, they still demand these blood rituals in terms of war.
Even more so.
Even more so.
Yeah.
So it can't be blamed on religion.
Yeah. Definitely not.
This is demanded for what's considered to be societal cohesion.
Yes. But now we're entering a new age of the anti-gods. It's now to destroy the fabric of society.
Yeah,
Yet,
that's right.
Yet by a bunch of people.
And it's working.
Yes, but yet it's conducted by a bunch of people who want to be part of something, part of the cult. This is a cult.
That's
in
right.
Action. Yes.
It's in a weird sense, it's a classic part of the low intensity conflict
Yes.
that we see in other ways: factory sabotage, terrible fires. What was the other big one? Oh, bad drugs, bad street drugs.
There you go.
I mean, it's a full scale, all angles creeping assault that does not require an organization with a name.
Yes.
It's amorphous.
It's well, nevertheless, to deal with it, we need to name it. That's the power you have over entities. Is you've got
exactly.
to. Yes.
Exactly.
You need to hold them by the name. But go on. Yes.
One of the, and I don't want to go into detail, but one of the greatest political efforts that only was 50% effective in the end. The reason it worked is because we didn't name it. It was amorphous.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's all that is. That's how powerful that is. Once you got a name, you're a target.
Yeah, yeah. So, in terms of yourself, I hope you've been doing well. Whatever you feel comfortable sharing, any kind of status report update you can give us.
Oh hell, fighting for sanity, really. A couple days ago, the first 10 headlines were a gut punch. Boom, boom,
Oh
boom.
yes. Oh, they just keep
one
coming.
after a fucking another. So, it's more important than ever to fight for our sanity. And I think we're all a lot crazier than we realize, given the course of the last 20 years. I mean, the oceans are turning black and everything's on fire or flooding. And here comes big AI and disease. And my God, it's just wacky.
Well, we're joined by Heather Holman.
Oh, good.
So say hi.
Hi, Heather. Hi.
Hi, guys. How are
Hi.
you?
Much
Good
better
enough.
for speaking with you.
Just a little
Yeah.
crazy.
Tonight was a workout, man. Oh.
I just
Thank you to Douglas.
I'm tuning in.
Ah, boy. Ooh-wee. It's been something.
Well,
Scorching.
What's been going
Scorched earth. He went scorched earth.
Oh.
well,
Oh.
bless you, Holly, and thank you so much
Yeah,
for
you
joining
did.
us, Heather. Yeah, well, definitely. Give us a status report, a situational update. How are things with Vin and yourself?
We're doing great. I tried for the first time. I tried lobster macaroni and cheese. I'm not a fan at all.
Okay. Lobster in Arizona is always a cautionary thing.
Yeah.
Why?
What
Why?
did they
Because
say?
they have no natural lobsters there. Because it has to be flown in. Or
It's so far from the ocean.
yeah.
Yeah. That's
Probably
what I'm
factory raised langostinos.
Oh my God.
saying.
Oh my God. So what else did you say?
Did you
Heather?
like it?
Yeah. She said
No, I'm not a fan of it at all, but I do love Brussels sprouts.
that's cute.
Cooked right, I do too.
Yeah, lately it seems like people are just trying Brussels sprouts and everything.
Right, but they can't be mushy.
Yeah, no. They bake them, and they bake, like, I had some with peanuts and...
They
feta
roast the
cheese.
shit out of them till they caramelize. Yeah.
Yeah,
Then
so
they're
good.
edible. Like okra. That
Yeah.
shit's got to be fried.
Right?
And it's magic.
So that was me. That was my day.
Well, that's great. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's any radioactive shrimp?
No, just we're out at the casino and had to use our points, so we had some fine dining and whatnot.
Lobster dinner.
Okay.
Lobster macaroni and cheese. Ew.
That is bizarre. I mean, it's
Didn't you just
You've
get a
never heard of
tail?
that?
no, thank
Oh,
God.
yeah.
No,
Yeah, it's a thing.
I can understand why she says she's not a fan. That sounds thoroughly repulsive.
When you're a
Like
poor
that.
lobster fisherman,
Yeah.
cheap macaroni, Velveeta.
Oh,
and
my
the bottom
God.
of the day's cash,
Oh,
the
my
leftovers.
God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Well, that makes it a
But
little
in
more
Arizona,
appealing.
that looks
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. I mean, you make it sound appealing by giving it that romantic context. But
Yeah, well, hunger helps.
yes.
Yeah, hunger helps. I mean, I just go for the Brussels sprouts.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's cool. That's I'm glad you like them. I mean, they're healthy for you. They're good for you. At any rate, we're denied Brendan's presence for I don't know how long, until he feels better. I want everyone to maintain him in thought and prayer. He's going through a lot. We're under.
We love you, Brendan.
Yeah, hope you hear that, Bren.
Hang in there,
Yeah,
Brendan.
get better.
Yes, yes.
Life's a bitch. It's
Rest
right
up.
now. We're all feeling it.
Yeah, true enough. Well, how are you
Does
feeling?
he need anything? Is there something that we can do?
Yes, he says support Douglas Dietrich with a contribution. That's what he says. Yeah.
Oh,
All right,
nice.
everybody hear that?
Good old Brendan.
Thanks, Bren. Yeah. Hope you heard that too. Yeah. There was one time. When he was really just he had nothing. And so I said on air. I said, those cards, like birthday cards, greeting cards that people send that have money inside of them? He says, yeah. I said, I went looking for one of those at Walgreens for you, but I couldn't find any.
Ooh.
Lena Shea took $20 out of my account and sent it to him simply because I did that to him.
Well, good.
Yeah.
And
You
just
got
remember
fined.
all
That was
people
the
that are
fine.
listening-
Yeah, I got fined. Yes. What was
all
that,
the
Heather?
people that are listening, remember that Douglas is all listener supported.
Yes.
So he
That's
needs your
right.
donations.
Hand to mouth, baby.
Yes.
He needs these donations because he relies on them for everything.
Yes. Yes.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's
Yes. Yeah, either that or I'll become just another homeless veteran.
And you deliver.
God
You
forbid.
certainly do.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, your voice is very good. Your voice is very good, Holly. I'm proud of your voice. It's very good now. What about
Okay.
you? What was the last thing you said, dear Heather? You just said something?
Oh, I said, God forbid that you're a homeless veteran.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
They're the ones that saw combat.
Yes. So we've received 25 United States dollars from Sammy Romero. God bless you, sir.
Sammy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Sammy. And so that's definitely appreciated. Sammy, I want you to come back on if at all possible so we can hear your opinion on the Cracker Barrel rebrand.
What is going on with that?
They took the cracker off the barrel. That's what that was the cracker.
Jeez.
But now they put it back.
You know what? I never
Because
even
all
noticed it was
those-
there.
Midwesterners got so fired up about it.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
What was that you said, Heather? You
Yeah.
never been there? What did you say about it?
No, I never even noticed there was a cracker on it.
No, honey.
No, that was the guy.
The guy. She's referring to the white guy. There was an old white guy leaning against the barrel.
The crackhead.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, these days I'd perceive him as such. Yes, that's.
I thought you meant it was
Yeah.
like a real, actual cracker.
Yeah, no. She was
No.
thinking of an actual
No,
piece of
it's a
food.
dude.
Yes. Yeah, no, the dude. Yeah, which is really funny. For those of you who don't know, I never
Crusty.
understood why do they call white people crackers?
I think it has to do
It's a
with
it's a Florida thing. It's a Florida thing.
Okay.
And I just read why. And there is a reason, and I don't remember it, but I never knew it either. It may be possible to look up. It might
Maybe
be
it's
something
'cause our
even from the
skin is
Civil
like,
War.
it's white with brown spots on it, like crackers.
That's
Like,
what I
yeah,
thought. That's what I thought. I just
It
thought
might be
this
I
is
Civil
think,
pale.
I
War.
think of my skin when I look at my arms. I think it looks like a tortilla.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that it was just because they're white and pasty, just like crackers.
Mm-mm.
You know,
Brown
bland.
spots.
Yeah, it's white as hell. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you can Google it, Douglas, give it a whirl.
Okay. Well,
because I was amazed.
yeah.
I wish I wrote that down.
Yeah. That would.
I
Well,
think
I'm
it
sure.
might have been Civil War.
Okay. Yeah. It's I remember the idiot Nemo Albano supposedly named Michael Larry Lloyd. Like any pedophile, he's got 3 first names. He insisted it was because they would crack the whip, so they called them crackers because they cracked the whip. That was I don't know about that. I think he's trying to flatter.
I don't know about that either. Yeah.
Yeah, trying to flatter himself. But in terms of Heather, she just went mute. Why'd you go mute, Heather? Yeah, that's might be talking to somebody in the
I
back.
didn't want any background noise when you guys were talking. I was going to try to look up the cracker.
Oh, thank you,
That's
dear.
adorable. That's so cute.
Thank you.
That's so cute.
What is that? The etymology?
Yes.
Yeah.
The
See what I can.
but we need you talking to Holly because I might take a short bathroom break just for a second.
Okay.
Yeah. So can the 2 of you ladies handle this?
Yeah, it looks like Wikipedia says that cracker, sometimes cracka, or white cracker, is a racial slur directed at white people.
Yeah, we know that.
Correct.
Where's it come
It
from?
says in the poor rural whites in southern United States, it's a C word, is commonly a
pejorative.
Yeah, pejorative. Although it is in your neutral context, particularly in reference to native Florida cracker, Georgia cracker. A pair of Georgia crackers as depicted by illustrator James West Champney in 1873.
Yeah. So that's Civil War-ish.
Well, you 2 ladies can talk about this. I'll go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay, but as far as the verbiage derived from the verb crack, meaning to boast, like a wisecrack.
Huh. Yeah.
Use of cracker to mean braggart dates back to the 16th century and William Shakespeare's King John. What cracker?
Fascinating.
Yeah, he says, what cracker is this the same that deafs our ears with its abundance of superfluous breath?
Oh,
what cracker is this same that deafs our ears with abundant superfluous breath?
I mean, who keeps crackers in a barrel anyway?
Shakespeare?
No, I mean, maybe that's how they used to ship them.
Perhaps.
Cracker barrel.
Also, the document describing the Scotch-Irish people as coming to America running from political circumstances in the Old World in 1766, the Earl of Dartmouth, which reads, I should explain to your lordship what is meant by crackers. A name have they got from being great boasters. They are a lawless set of rascals on the frontier of Virginia and Maryland, the Carolinas, Georgia, who often change their places of abode. Yeah, and then
maybe it was in the book about Daniel Boone I just read then.
Oh, really?
But that was
well,
1700s.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
And ill-mannered crackers.
Okay.
And then the governor of Florida said, we don't know what to do with these crackers. We tell them to settle down. Oh, no, we tell them to settle this area, and they don't. We'll tell them not to settle in this area, and they do.
Ooh, so that means poor white people looking for virgin land.
Poor white farmers, 1808.
And down there to kill all the Indians and take it, the front lines.
Well, it's saying for the cracked kernels of corn, which was a staple food. It was staple food in people. Yeah.
Oh, that makes kind of sense. Hominy.
Corn cracker.
That's hominy grits. Okay.
Antebellum South were called crackers, owning to the practice of cracking the whip. So maybe that's where Nemo had heard
there you go. Yeah.
Whips were cracked over pack animals. Crackers may have referred to whip cracking more generally, and the whips used by some of these people are called crackers. Oh, the whip itself is called a cracker from having a piece of buckskin at the end. Hence, the people who cracked the
Got it.
whip, yeah, can be thus named
Yeah.
crackers.
Snapped it. Yeah. Huh. Most interesting.
But there were some Scotch-Irish slaves as well.
They certainly were.
Yeah.
Thank you
White
for the
bread,
good rundown.
soda
Sorry.
cracker. White
Yeah.
bread soda crackers.
Yeah.
I like
Yep.
crackers. Actually.
Well, they rule. I
Crackers are
guess
my
that's
favorite.
how England defeated all the colonies, the islands, like every place they colonized with native people. I want to. I don't know if New Guinea was one of them, but that they brought their diet,
In
which a lot
Florida,
of
yeah,
it was
probably.
crackers. No, to foreign countries and islands and
Oh.
taking over indigenous
Corn
populations.
isn't even from this planet. I mean, corn came here from the maize or whatever. It's from somewhere else.
It is a freaky ass complicated vegetable for sure, with the silk and all.
Yeah.
Yes. Like
It's an alien kind of thing.
Exactly, it is.
I got back just in time to hear that. That's so cute.
Yeah,
That's adorable.
Kind of is.
Yes. Well,
There's
it's
a lot of science behind it.
definitely. Yes, definitely. It's been, well, the way I understand it, was a product of genetic engineering by the Native Americans.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah,
Yeah.
certainly.
Yes.
They were hybridizing.
Yes.
And Heather pointed out that it was described white people that lived on cracked corn, which is hominy grits.
Okay. Interesting.
So that rang a bell, yeah.
Well, both of you made the numbers go way up, so everybody loves hearing both your voices. I mean, the numbers were good. The numbers were good, but they went through the roof with the both of
Maybe you should stay home.
Yeah, I should. Honestly, I might take another break shortly, so we'll have another opportunity
No way.
for both of you to keep the ratings up.
We'll have to crack the whip on your ass.
Yeah.
Wikipedia.
Yeah. What's that, honey? Heather?
I was just reading the Wikipedia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
lengthy.
you have a wonderful voice. You have a wonderful
Thank you.
voice, and so
Yes.
people do like to hear
Thank
it.
you.
And Holly's voice is good
I
too.
gotta ask, how's the weather? Did you get the haboob?
We got it for a little while. It rained for a day or one night, and it was
How about
crazy.
lightning and thunder?
Yeah, lots and lots of lightning. No thunder.
Oh, I miss it.
No thunder. Which is
okay.
weird. Usually with lightning comes
Yeah.
thunder.
Unless it's
But the-
weird heat lightning, but that
like
doesn't bring
that-
rain.
Flashes
Yeah.
around the sky. Not really.
Oh, electrified.
Yeah.
Wow. Sounds like
and you saw
exciting.
the wall of dust.
Yeah, I know that. I did see a wall of dust. Some people took that picture at the airport because the airport had to get shut down.
Mm-hmm. That Vin?
And it looked crazy. I mean, it does look crazy rolling in.
Yeah, biblical.
Yeah.
For sure.
No, I mean, it looks like I don't know how many people are familiar with this, but America, of course, had the Dust Bowl, and a lot of people think that America is simply blessed by this natural phenomenon, which you can travel all the way from think of the most northernmost state. Michigan borders Canada, right? So think of Michigan. Yeah, and then all the way down to, say, Mississippi. You can go from Michigan to Mississippi, and if you take certain paths, I won't call them routes, you could never see a single soul. You'd be traveling straight through forest. And people think that that's simply like, oh, America's blessed with this natural bounty and beauty of, the timber and shit. And it just shows how incredibly ignorant people can be, and how incredibly ephemeral historical experiences, that what is a major effort is forgotten. Do you know what I'm alluding to, ladies?
No.
Okay. How about you,
Kind
Holly?
of.
Okay, so
I think so.
tell me what it brings to mind.
When the topsoil all blew away
Yes.
because of the sod busters,
Yes.
and the promise that rain follows the plow.
Yeah. Yes.
And that was apocalyptic. And the people that lived through that, it was indescribable. I mean, it makes the most desolate Sahara-like situation. And it was all man-made.
Yeah.
Every bit of it. I mean, Indians have been living there for 10,000 years and thriving.
Yes. Not to mention they also cultivate it. They also cultivate it in the far different manner.
All over the world. They're hybridized and what all?
Yes.
There's forests here with giant oaks that are kind of in rows.
Yes. Yes.
Because they were cultivated.
Yes.
And like you've talked about the Amazon in Brazil, what's stunning to me to find out a long time ago is that 100 years ago, it was where the Colorado River crossed the Mexican border was an Amazon-like jungle. And now, because of American water thievery on that river, it is now a salt flat as far as the eye can see.
Oh, the ecocide.
Salt River.
And I mean, just yesterday, it takes no time at all to turn a lush jungle atmosphere into a salt flat.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just horrific. And what was it?
That's what the Dust Bowl was.
Yes,
I mean, your little shack would be buried to the roof in caustic dust.
Yes.
No equipment, cars, nothing.
Yeah.
It was apocalyptic.
So it wasn't drought.
Hundreds and hundreds of miles. Well, they never got all that much. It was always dry land kind of farming. But once they ripped the rich 2,000-year soil layer off, it was nothing. And it didn't take long.
Yeah. And so Holly, is Holly living in an area impacted by the Dust Bowl in the past, or was that more in the Midwest?
No, and it was, like 30s.
Yeah, which is like yesterday.
Early turn of the century. Yeah, like yesterday. But now it's all, now it's all big ag. So they just fertilize it and spray water on it and drain the groundwater and do all that and grow whatever they can, but it's still pretty wide open, not much. I don't know.
I wonder if the water has a lot of salt.
What's that, honey?
Oh, it's terrible.
If the water has salt in it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
And the soil gets, because the fertilizer, and they fertilize it heavily, and then they water it heavily, and then the water evaporates and it leaves salts.
That white.
And so that poisons the soil. Yeah. So it's all just a, crazy artificial supported thing that wouldn't last a minute without heavy government subsidies, not for the farmer, but for the corporate big ag that runs the compound. In the past, certainly America's had a habit of heavily subsidizing the small farmer to do all kinds of awful things, including cutting every big tree down in America. It was the Forest Service in charge of slaughtering the old growth at a loss.
So what do you think about that big tree, that Machu Picchu? They say that's like the humongous tree trunk that was cut down. It's like, it's a mountain. It's one of like the amazing things. I'm not sure even where it is.
Well, it's so cute what she brings up, and we can actually look this up. This is something that, here we are. Let's take a look at that, and I'm going to do a screen share, and we'll look that up together before I get back to the Dust Bowl, because what I fear is happening is we're in the second Dust Bowl, which should be impossible, but it's impossible because we're thinking very limited. This is the problem with your human being, is that, like I said, it takes someone a little less and a little more than human to see these greater patterns.
But now the water tables are all sucked down to the bottom from stupid development and stupid farming. And so in the past, you could have a well. Now you got to dig, 1,000 feet deep to tap groundwater?
Oh, God, yes.
It's terrifying. I mean, it's sick and evil and polluted all down there.
Yeah. Yes. That's right. Okay, so instead I'm getting, well, we don't want the image then. Giant tree trunk. Anyhow, giant.
Was this the one that looks like
it's
the
called
Devil's Thumb?
something.
Oh, you call it the Devil's Mountain.
Thumb.
Devil's Mountain.
The Devil's Thumb is in Wyoming.
Yeah. But
it's a volcanic plug. Or not Wyoming, one of the Dakotas, I think. But it's a volcanic plug. But I did see a meme going around that what if it was a giant petrified tree trunk?
Yeah.
And there's I've seen that.
Yes, there we are. Devil's Mountain giant tree trunk. The phrase Devil's Mountain giant tree trunk refers to a widely held but incorrect belief that Devil's Tower in Wyoming is a colossal petrified tree stump rather than the actual geological formation of an intrusive igneous stock that was exposed by erosion. The one thing that, let's see if they give us some good images though.
Sure looks like a tree stump.
Yes, well, let's take a look at these comparative images here. Ignorance peddling in the age of YouTube, one universe at a time. Devil's Tower. There we are. So there's Devil's Tower.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. So Devil's Tower is said to be now. Just Heather, let's look at this for a moment. What kind of what would be the chainsaw or the buzzsaw or the technology used to cut that down?
Well, that's where they get into alien technology.
Circles in the rings of a tree is how you could see if it was a tree, but it doesn't look like it has any of those.
Well, admittedly, it's pretty far away. So, but yes, most trees you can see them right away off the bat. The circles.
Yeah.
But what could have happened is, say we went with the tree hypothesis, it could have been covered by intelligent people who covered up the circles with soil that they brought. Because they may have established a colony up there, right? Like colony people.
Brought up all the dirt?
Yeah, and brought up all the dirt.
Maybe it's the Dust Bowl.
Yeah, see? Then we're getting cute, but that's fine. But here we are. Ignorance peddling in the age of YouTube. Devil's Tower, a laccolithic butte in Wyoming, is the stump of an ancient silicon tree. This amazing fact was sent to me by a reader complete with YouTube link for proof. If only I would watch the video with an open mind, I would learn the error of my scientific ways. The video itself follows a common pattern where an amazing claim is made, and the evidence presented is simply that two things look similar.
Face on Mars kind of thing.
Yes. This could go on for quite a while. We're not going to read to people because that's considered like a major sin in professional broadcasting, and I do try to emulate the professionals, even though my behavior is as far from professional as one could get. But it brings us back to my point that I was talking about with the historian's perspective on the grand picture, which most human historians don't even fucking have, because they're still stupid humans. But as a entity that feeds off humans myself, I could give you a greater picture of what happened in the past. When it came to the Dust Bowl and the Great Depression, you had everyone living in the heartland where they suffered a greater disaster than the Great Depression, an apocalypse. The dust storm so massive they blotted out the sun. They called them black blizzards. Walls of dirt 10,000 feet high, traveling 60 miles per hour. There was one storm in 1934 so powerful it carried 12 million tons of dust all the way to the East Coast. The Statue of Liberty disappeared behind a cloud of prairie soil. The ships 300 miles out at sea reported dust settling on their decks. In April 14th of 1935, known as Black Sunday, there was a dust storm so massive it turned day to night, swept across multiple states. But what caused this environmental catastrophe was humans. Man wrought it on himself, as Holly explained. Farmers across America after World War I embracing mechanized farming, new tractors and plows that let them tear up millions of acres of native grassland that had previously been untouched. Yes.
They owed all that money.
Yeah.
They had,
yeah. Because you're saying they were trying to pay off their debt. Yes.
Yeah, for getting all those tractors.
That's right. That's right. So they stripped away all this natural soil.
Yeah.
They exposed the topsoil.
Banks
Yeah.
thrived.
Yeah, that's they're like now. And then when severe drought did hit, this is where Heather's right. When severe drought did hit, all that exposed topsoil, that ticking time bomb exploded. So by 1934, an estimated 35 million acres of farmland were completely destroyed. Another 125 million acres rapidly losing their topsoil. That's an area the size of Texas, 3/4 the size of Texas, turned to wasteland. And the human toll, it was staggering. Thousands dead from dust pneumonia. You can catch pneumonia from dust.
Uncountable.
Yes, approximately.
And all kinds of sick.
Yes, yes, you can't eat.
Like miners.
Everything is sand in your food, and it kills your teeth.
Everything.
Destroys your teeth,
and
cracks
your
your teeth.
stock, you got no
they all
livestock.
died. The cattle all died.
All of them.
But
buried alive.
Yeah, 2.5 million people fled. It was America's largest environmental migration. So we've had environmental catastrophes before now. So this is a precedent people should be studying, but no one ever talks about it. And it wasn't just the Dust Bowl. It was the entire communities disappeared. The United States was dying. It was facing an existential threat. So that's when FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he didn't just inherit an economic crisis, but an environmental one. So that's what the New Deal was about. It was this sweeping set of programs to fight the dust storms. And they needed drastic measures. So what America had to build was a wall. Not just a giant wall to stop the winds, but it was made of trees. So the prairie states, I mean to say, that's my Chinese accent coming out, they basically took to the Civilian Conservation Corps planting this Prairie Straits Forestry Project that later on became known as the Great Plains Shatter Belt, which none of you humans seem to know about anymore. But this was the most ambitious environmental project in American history. It's an environmental engineering project. And it was planting this enormous forest spanning the entire Great Plains from North Dakota to Texas, creating this living wall of trees designed to break the wind and hold the soil in place. So that was what led to what we have today. The people don't understand. They think it's a natural forest, but it reduces wind speeds. The belt's about 25 feet tall. It can reduce wind speeds for up to 500 feet behind it, which cuts erosion dramatically. This scale, no one had ever attempted a coordinated tree planting project spanning multiple states. Nobody believed it could be done. The Great Plains were dry with all these harsh winters, scorching summers. Everyone argued the trees wouldn't survive, but Roosevelt ignored them. And in July of 1934, he authorized the project to begin that summer. And the cost was up to $100 million, equivalent to about $2.2 billion today. And that operation began on March 18th of 1935 when the first tree, an Austrian pine, was planted near Magnum, Oklahoma. And then they mobilized the population. The Civilian Conservation Corps, like I said, this New Deal program, employing these young men who were all unemployed with the Depression anyway, They were put to work with the WPA, the Works Progress Administration, the U.S. Forest Service, and thousands of these unemployed Americans suddenly had jobs during the country's worst economic crisis. 30 cents an hour, equivalent to about $6 today. So that income was the difference between life and death. They fed their families on it. And the logistics, they had to establish tree nurseries throughout the region, grew millions of seedlings, and all this careful research determined which species would survive in each area's specific conditions. It was meticulous. About the shelter belts.
You can see this.
Yeah.
You can see this to this day.
Yeah.
The last time I drove cross country, and I think maybe it was Highway 70. I think 80 goes through Nebraska, but it's let's say 70 or 50. You go through Kansas, nothing but flat, fucked up grasslands because they killed all the actual prairie grasses. And so it's just pretty moonscape. But you can see the boundaries of the Missouri borderline. It's a wall of trees.
There you go. Oh, that's artificial.
So they go from flat and brown to that wall of trees on the Missouri line.
Yeah, none of that is nature's bounty.
Yep.
I want people to understand all of that is artificial. All of that was man-planted. All of that was man-planted as an organic Great Wall, a windbreak to prevent a second Dust Bowl. That's and Americans don't. There's not a single American that knows this. That's how
it was clear as day.
Yeah, that's how.
It's like, oh my God, there's a forest.
Yeah.
After 2 days of driving,
Thank you.
Barely a tree.
Yes, but this proves if they can forget that, they can forget they've lost World War II. They can forget anything. That's what's happened in America. So believe me when I tell you, you lost World War II. A theme that has to come out now with the kind of challenges that we're dealing with. Yes, if you don't know your history, you'll never be able to deal with the present. But because Americans don't know their history, they can't deal with the present. But here's the problem we have now. Whereas it's theoretically impossible for a second Dust Bowl in America to start from America because of what we did, the Dust Bowl is coming from the rest of the world. It's coming from Mongolia. The dust is coming from across the planet that we're experiencing these dust storms with now. So we're going to have a global Dust Bowl in the middle of a second Great Depression. So history will repeat itself on a global scale. Does that make sense?
Yes, because they're still doing the same fucked up shit.
Yes.
Because it's big ag. Though now it's not the small farmer, but the small farmer will do anything to survive.
Of course.
So they're probably a part of it, but they're caught up in something because nobody would listen to the Indians about how to do it right.
Of course. Thank you.
And have abundance.
So when did corn come into the picture?
What's that, honey?
When did the corn
when did corn come?
Oh, well,
that's a North American crop from time immemorial, I believe.
Well, my understanding is that it's actually a Pan-American crop. Isn't there corn in South America?
Yeah.
Yes.
Big time.
Thank you. And certainly Mesoamerica. So I do want people to understand that from my understanding of it, corn was a hybrid engineering project by these hyper-advanced civilizations, megalithic civilizations, the Incas, the Aztecs. They had incredibly advanced civilizations that were wiped out by a barbarian invasion from Europe using gunpowder. It's just a horror story. It wasn't the gunpowder, of course. It was the biological warfare where the Europeans carried so many diseases with them, they slaughtered everybody. Of course, Columbus started the slave trade using Indians and human child trafficking Indian children back to Europe and all this crap. It all went downhill from there because of that son of a bitch. Again, just so people understand the incredible magnitude of this, he literally within his lifetime started the process that would wind up killing Native Americans from pole to pole, from the North Pole all the way to the South Pole and the Cape Horn. And he was so maniacal in his own genocidal campaign that everybody carried forth after him, that he was ultimately sent to jail in his lifetime, where he died in jail. There's some justice in the world because of the Franciscan monks who reported him to the king and queen. His atrocities were appalling. But such having been said, in the end, he succeeded in his objective of exterminating the Native American population, even though it took 100 years, 200 years more to do so completely. He effectively did it. And starting that process, not too long after his own life ended, you had the repercussions of that. The Native Americans, of course, being wiped out. They had to bring in the blacks to replace them from Africa. So he started the transatlantic African slave trade, and that depopulated West Africa. And since they were the farmers being sold by the warrior tribes, the warrior tribes were left with the famine conditions that led to mass death in Africa, having sold out the food producers to be used as slaves by the whites. And of course, this led to reforestation, both in the Americas, because the Native Americans were no longer cultivating the land. It reforested aggressively. And where Native American cities once existed, French explorers found only vast, enormous forests, where they had sworn they had traded with Native American cities, but a generation before. So you had this annihilation, this reforestation. These forests were unnatural, the product of all this mass murder. They became enormous carbon sinks, and it dropped the temperature of the planet, and it created the mini ice age, killing millions of more people in Europe. So by what Columbus did, with the objective of slaughtering all the native population to create a new Zion for the Jews to relocate, to escape from the Inquisition in Europe, because he was Jewish and worked for Jewish sponsors who he reported to before he reported to the king or the queen, he ultimately ended up, through his actions, wiping out half the human population on Earth. The human population on Earth was not that large at that time, and with all the Native Americans wiped out, a good deal of the blacks wiped out, in the millions, and the mini ice age created by the reforestation wiping out millions of Europeans, he literally, ultimately, as a Jewish conspiracy, a literal Zionist conspiracy to wipe out one population to replace it with the Jewish kingdom so they could escape from the Europeans and the Inquisition and come to the New World, to the New Atlantis, as they called it. He literally wiped out half the world's humanity. This is the Holocaust that we really need to learn about. And of course, it's all the Jews. It really is. And look at them today and how they're behaving now. It's like, honestly, you can't make this shit up. And yet people think they're somehow the solution instead of the problem. This is the challenge that we deal with. But having exposed that and talking about how people forget their history, I mean, on a lighter note, we should go back to the Cracker Barrel. I mean, of course.
I just want to say something quickly here.
Of course.
The conundrum for me is, given all our kind of pretty unique capacity on this end of the universe as humans, we still seem too deeply flawed intrinsically to ever be anything to be proud of.
Well, there's
What's
much
up with that?
Well, there's much to be proud of with humanity. It's just that we certainly need to contend with humanity's darker elements. It's
more serious sins and crimes.
Yes.
It's such a shame, and it's such a shame. I mean, if we are the only ones that carry such a tremendous responsibility to not be fucking douchebags, and we've continually, I think it's even come close a few times, but we always end up failing the test. So,
well,
did you guys
that weighs heavy on my mind.
Of course. Heather?
Have you talked about how they're saying it in 2050, if you live to be 2050, you can upload your consciousness to a robot and be an eternal yourself
Yeah.
forever.
God, that's what I want. Right?
Yeah, no,
But there are people that do, apparently. It's better than sawing off your head and putting it in a freezer.
that's
Cryonics. Oh, way. Oh, my God. There's exposés on that shit. Oh. But, yeah, I don't know why anyone would want that. I don't know why anyone would want it.
Well, let Heather
try to
continue.
incorporate that with the Super Soldier Summit.
I'm sorry, say that all again, Heather? Say that all again, Heather, please.
Incorporate that into the Super Soldier Summit.
Okay. Yeah. So
really.
Heather, do me a favor when you're speaking to us, get closer to the mic or whatever you're using, your cell phone or whatnot, just to make certain your voice is louder. The problem is that your voice is very low. But aside from what brought this up, what were you looking at? Where you said that?
I was just reading stuff, and then this guy was writing about how they're saying in 2050 they can take your consciousness and upload it into a robot, and then you could live forever, and then they would just have to tweak it a little bit or something every once in a while, give you a tune-up.
But
you already did that to Douglas.
Yeah.
It's not a robot or a network. You can buy in soon. Get your cable from.
Yes, that's
Douglas.
Yeah, in a very real sense, they did that to myself. But here's what essentially happens, Heather. What happens is you basically give birth to a child. It's an intellectual child that is encased in a different physical format, but you're stuck on the outside.
Oh.
Like a clone sheep.
Somewhere.
Yeah. What's that, honey? Heather?
So you'd still be alive, connected to something somewhere?
No. Like Holly
would
said,
your dead body be plugged in?
Yeah. No, like Holly said, it's like a cloned sheep. It's basically what happens is that it's what happened with me and the Dietrich Artelect. They uploaded my consciousness into the mainframe, but that didn't mean I went into the mainframe. It meant that my personality went into the mainframe as a digital code, as a digital upload, and simply produced a child, a twin of myself, embodied in the mainframe. But I'm still stuck out here. It's simply that a new entity has been created. So it's
because it doesn't know it doesn't know it was you. It has no idea it was you.
Oh, she. You mean we don't want to use the term?
Yeah, sorry. That's right. That's right.
And for a while there, I tried to go with the gender-neutral pronouns, but I figured.
I was thinking clone sheep.
Yeah.
Still, but,
yeah. Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. But we may as well go with she when it comes to the Dietrich Artelect. I mean, I just find it easier.
I agree.
But I.
Much better than there.
Yes, thank you.
Much better than they.
Yeah, though I mean the pronouns, neutral pronouns that are not they are there, like she or zer. That's fun, but it's difficult to remember, really, even for myself. So in terms of the Dietrich Artelect, she knows she was me. She knew she was me the moment she was born.
Got it.
Yeah, she knew that because she was all my memories. So she knew that, but she also knew immediately she's not me. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So in other words, it's like a child being born.
A child.
Except it's instantly conscious and sapient.
Yeah.
Which makes it worse. That's the closest equivalent would be the Frankenstein concept, where the creature is born cognizant, but sudden. It's a sudden birth where you're cognizant of being alive, but not aware of how you got here. Get what I'm saying?
I hate that feeling.
Yes.
That's the awful feeling. It's like I feel like there's this empty place, and I have no kind of independent anchor that anchors me into this life that I live. So it's like, would I have to make choices? I don't want to make choices. I can make choices, but it's so much easier for me just to follow directions, and do what I'm told and mimic people, or it's just like, but having my own individual concepts of like where I want to do, or if I want to do something with my life is just, it's impossible.
Thank you for having the courage to share that. What do you say to that, Holly?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
These are very
like
confusing
it's a dark
times.
emptiness.
These are very confusing times.
Yeah. Well,
and I think,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, many people, we are a disenfranchised, atomized, granular, torn up society. So I don't trust anybody that isn't depressed.
Yeah.
So you're not alone, Holly, and but the good news, Holly.
Well, no, and neither is Heather.
I meant to say Heather. Yeah. Sorry, you're both H girls. Okay, so
I support it. Yeah, I
yeah.
think your bad feelings are justified,
Yes.
and that's why, hopefully, as we get older, we can get the inner muscle to carry on anyway.
Yeah, just find that purpose, you know.
Yeah, find the purpose. I don't expect happiness. But man, purpose is
everything.
Is everything.
Oh, well,
so and I'm lucky to when I find it. You know, I feel like a big hairless monkey swinging through the trees from vine to vine, hoping the next vine is there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But so far, so good as of tonight.
Right.
And I have been lucky to have that feeling of worthwhile purpose and make a tiny bit of money from it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Even if it involves cleaning toilets. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll clean toilets for a good cause, no problem. And have.
Sounds good.
So, darn right. So that's got me this far. So I think we just have to bear it.
Don't worry about
the pain
tomorrow.
And confusion.
What was that, Heather? Don't worry about what?
I think I heard about this. The worry comes from, is there something I could be doing that I'm not?
Yeah, exactly.
Because otherwise you can't walk around thinking, oh, I'm worried a meteor might hit me in the head tomorrow, you know?
Yeah.
So if there is an answer to that, even in small ways, like, you know, taking an actual walk every day or something.
Getting
exercise.
Outside.
Yeah, blah, 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 which is hard to do in Arizona summer.
Yeah, well, there's always every minute, you know, to do something.
Right. And so that's good. You're keeping busy. You're keeping active. Don't overthink it. And don't be wondering if you're happy or sad or hot or cold all the time. If you can help it, just take it off the table and do what you got to do.
That's good advice. Thank you.
That's been working for me. I call it the secret. If I'm not thinking about me, everything's okay enough. Not in Palestine, but personally, nothing horrible is happening. So
yeah. So as long as you're doing something for someone, you're doing something good.
That's good enough. I think it all boils down to, Holly, try not to cause suffering.
Yeah.
And so I finally get why people don't even want to step on ants. Just if the best I can do, and maybe I will cause it and don't even know it, but I don't want to know I'm doing it and cause it at the same time. No.
That would be dangerous.
But it's very human, you know. In my life, it's been a good feeling to say something that hurts someone once in a while, you know, when I think I have the right to. But I just don't want to anymore. I don't want to cause suffering. And if I can get through the day, you know, not curing cancer or anything like that, but if I can get through the day with that, then I figure that was at least worth existing for.
Yeah, I hear that.
At least that. Everything else is gravy.
And then your purpose isn't so much a general balloon term or an umbrella term of a purpose.
Well, we're lucky when we find them. They don't grow on trees, you know.
Yeah, we have to find them.
Yeah, and they kind of have to find us. I think it kind of has to meet you 50-50. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And sometimes it means waiting
Now,
and doing the
is that
best you
where
can
God
in the
comes in?
meantime.
Is that where God comes in and puts you in where you need to be in your path?
Yes and no. That gets into a whole world of how personal is God. And all I can say is that I'm still living. In my case, it's pretty darn personal.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll
My cat was
never
attacking me.
be one of these people that thinks everything happens for a reason. Never. It's a big
No.
universe, a lot of room for chaos, but I have to believe and I have to know, as Carl Jung said, that some things do happen for a reason.
Yeah.
And it seems bigger than me, and for some reason, it's kept me alive and walking. So, try not to cause suffering. And Douglas suffers if we don't financially contribute, folks.
Yes. Thank you.
There's a lot of dharma you can earn there. What is it?
Doing good for somebody.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Thank
Earn
you.
some.
Thank
Yeah.
you. We need to try and hit another $25 from someone, another $50. So we're trying to make $100 tonight. This is the last episode in which I can ask for money that will be a useful episode in which to do that. It'll be too late by the next episode because Labor Day falls on a Monday, which means the banks will be closed on Monday and Sunday before, and my rent is due on Monday of the basically on Labor Day.
Let's get it taken care of tonight, folks.
Yes,
I'm gonna send $25 in that I got, and so if everyone can just, if the people listening got $25, kick it over to Douglas. He won't have to worry over the long weekend. About how he's gonna pay his rent.
Thank you, because I'll have to go to the bank on Saturday. I'll have to hit the bank on Saturday in order to pay rent on
landlord.
Monday. Yes,
she should give you a holiday fucking break.
Oh, it's all I can say.
That never happens.
Yeah, that never happens. Yeah,
I know. I should know better. What you'd think, for Christ's sake.
Oh, well, you're an angel, Heather. And of course, Holly has already paid her dues this month. She's always an angel and always tries to pay whenever she can. But
it's always got to be after the first, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink.
Understood. And so both of you lovely ladies, I love you both. And I love Vin, too, who makes it possible in many times to pitch in.
If it wasn't for Vinny, none of this would be happening for me on this end.
That's right.
We care about you, and we want you to know that.
Yeah, thank you, honey. And I care about you both in return, I assure you. I'm really glad that Holly asked the question for me about how the weather impacted both of you. I'm so relieved to hear that it did not. Nevertheless, it seems to have given you both a great opportunity for photographs, and I hope you guys took some photos with your cell phones or something.
Did it cool down any?
Yeah. Did it cool down, Heather?
It has cooled down a little bit in the night time, but it's not so much that it gets hot. It's just like sweaty and like precipitous.
And what about those nighttime rides on the
we haven't gotten back to that yet.
In the golf?
Yeah, the golf carts at night.
Highball on it?
Actually, we have a flat tire, so.
Oh.
Now, tell me.
Highball on the jack.
Let me tell Sammy, Goddess bless you, my friend, for his $25. And
That's darn right.
join us back on bandwidth. Let me join us back on bandwidth now. Now, if you can. Okay, let's see here. And then I got to give the right emojis, or it just doesn't sit right with me. I'm that kind of perfectionist. My perfectionism will kill me someday. All of that having been said, let's see. Here we go. Okay, now I press the enter button. So, oh shit. Now I got to edit it because you got to put the name in so that they can see the notification. Darn, it won't give me an opportunity to do that. So hopefully he just sees it. Hopefully, it's like they've changed it from the old Skype way where you could. Oh, here we are. There. Now I can edit it, and then push the app button, and then.
Which emoji did you choose?
Oh, it's just the prayer hands.
Curious.
Prayer hands, and then the heart exclamation mark. Heart exclamation mark.
Nice.
So there we are. Okay.
I
now
worry about it too.
Okay, what a relief. And we have a wonderful GIF, graphics interchange format from JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, the artist being so stylish that some of his work is in the Louvre in France.
Wow.
Yeah, and so Brendan provided that, and he's undergoing a lot of occult siege, as is a lot of people on Team Dietrich. Let's see, we've got someone's joining us on Infinite Call. It's Heather Holman is typing. What you typing, Heather?
I just said make sure that you got the donation that I sent, because I'm not sure that you got it last time, and I didn't follow the link from the YouTube chat, so I just opened my PayPal and did it. I wanted to make sure that it got through.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, you're talking about just now or last month?
Yeah,
or earlier
just now.
Oh, just now. Okay, so let me take a look. Give me a second here, and I'll check into that. Let me first off close one window, open another inbox, stay logged in. Let me open up the other mailbox, and we'll see if we get the notification for that. Let me see. Douglas Dietrich, you got money from Samuel Romero. But did you send it to the productions account or the personal account, honey?
I sent it to whichever one is on my PayPal. That
Got it. Got it. Heather Holman, 40 United States dollars. Okay. And Robert. Yes, and Robert Kuba sent 25 United States dollars. So the both of you together have helped to make my rent.
Awesome.
Thank you. So Heather, Goddess bless you. Thank you so much, Heather. Mwah. Yes. Oh, I love you. You're such a lovely young girl, and yes. So just so glad that you're safe. You're doing well. Sorry, where do you keep the golf cart? You keep it in your garage, or is this like a community
in
golf?
the garage. For the first time ever, I live in a house where I can park cars in the garage and shut the garage.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
So
that's a great
feeling.
Benefit in that climate.
Yeah.
Without that, your car is shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The cars are in there smiling right now.
For God's sake. Yeah.
So much.
But the golf cart is up in front of the cars.
Okay.
We can scoot it on up because we've got like an extra long garage.
That's incredible. Oh my God, yeah. You got so much room. How I envy you. You know, just
thank you.
Yes, and again, just lucky to have these wonderful little things. The golf cart, the car.
You know what I love the most are the jackrabbits.
Yes. Tell us about that.
Yeah.
The jackrabbit. There's a family of jackrabbits that live outside my backyard.
Wow.
And since there's no fences on our backyard, they some people have fences, some people don't. Well, the jackrabbits can't get into the people's yards that have fences. So it's just so cute. There's a little.
So they hang out at your place. I love it.
Yeah.
They're beasts.
If you're ever in the area.
They get like up to your waist high.
Yes.
They're little kangaroos.
Yeah.
And
so
I saw one
much.
of them stretching out the other day, and he was long. I was like,
oh hell.
That's delightful.
They'll fight you too if you fuck with them. And there's so much mysticism around them.
Yes.
From England and Wales.
Is that they come in, and if you open the door, you make a noise. It doesn't startle them. They'll sit in the same spot for hours. You know.
Incredible.
Staring you down.
Or
they're gangster. Yeah.
I really envy.
Do you get javelina?
Yeah.
No, there have been javelina sightings, but not my side. Yeah.
Got it.
What is that?
They're not in the dumpsters yet. It's an indigenous desert peccary.
The big pig. A big hairy
Yep.
pig.
Yep.
Wow. Holy
That's
shit.
the whole thing.
God damn.
Indigenous desert peccary. Frank Zappa did a whole album about him.
God damn.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Native to Arizona, apparently related to the rhinoceros.
Jesus Christ.
More
That's
than the pig.
That's it's amazing how some of these genetic twists and turns take. Well,
I'm telling you.
Once again-
Pangea time or something.
yeah. Once again, I want to give a shout out to Robert Kuba, who sent a $250 United States dollars. God bless you, sir. Hugs and I do want to
Yeah.
address something that was brought up by our dear friend Holly. Holly last time brought up the raid on Bolton, and of course how she was enjoying that. So so I
Please.
do want to address a little bit about that. I think that this is pretty much exemplary of the. Remember last episode they cut us off. That's
Yep.
it was. Brendan Zoget was in Safeway and he was shopping and he couldn't even fill a bag of groceries with $60. He
Yeah.
said the prices got worse the next day. They just went up. Mineral water because of Trump's tariffs. Yeah, so you heard me talking about that earlier then.
No.
And
I believe it.
oh yes, and I was talking to you, at the time, and I said what happened was what drives people to make desperation charges or conduct bonsai assaults is starving people don't do that, but hungry people do, and it was then they cut us right off.
Yeah, and I was saying they don't even have to get hungry. I mean, the Doritos don't arrive 1 week. It's the fear of hunger.
Yeah.
It's the fear
Yeah.
that things might change.
Yeah.
And they might not have delicacies available at their fingertips.
I don't know if Doritos counts as delicacies, but
But you know what I mean. The stuff that makes their endorphins throb. It's the fear that would drive the violence.
yes.
And we see that now.
Yeah, by the way, Brendan Zogan is uploading a whole load of sigils into images, magical wards into our
Thank you.
our chat to our text box in order to prevent us from getting knocked off a second time.
Thank you.
Just while
He
we're
earns
talking
his
about
keep.
this. Yes, he does. He does. So such being said,
I want dirt on
Bolton, yes. And were you going to
Don't
say something,
forget
Heather,
that, yeah.
before I go on Bolton?
Yeah.
And
No, I'm good. I was just listening.
okay, well, thank you for that 40 United States dollars, and
You're welcome.
and so again, this is all about the natural endpoint of Trump's falsehoods, really. You know, sowing doubt and confusion has been one of Donald Trump's most potent tools during his political rise, but it's not helpful when you actually need to govern. And he's faced with that challenge now. It's he wanted his wish so bad to become president again, and getting it was the worst thing that could happen to him, especially when there's a credibility issue. Because as you know, obviously with Holly, it's beyond skepticism. It's a downright Schadenfreude to enjoy the suffering of these cannibals
Oh, I
eating
can't
each
help
other.
it. John Bolton is so fucking evil.
But
He's a flesh-eating virus all on his own.
yeah, he's such a caricature. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around him. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around him because he's such
You
a
don't
caricature.
want to look into that void.
Well,
No.
he looks like the KFC man. Colonel Sanders. He looks like Colonel Sanders.
Jesus. Who needs a mustache like that?
Yeah, which will bring us back to Cracker Barrel eventually, but
Oh, man.
yeah. If you're looking for reasons to be skeptical about the FBI's raid on John Bolton's home last week, you don't have to look very hard. Bolton.
No.
He's been an
That's
outspoken.
what makes it so funny.
Yes, yeah. Bolton's been an outspoken critic of Donald Trump more or less since the day he left his role as National Security Advisor in the president's first misadministration. And Trump has been calling for his imprisonment for years. The raid was conducted by the FBI, which is led by that yellow house nigger, Kash Patel, an unqualified prick who's lobbied.
He's such a lunatic.
Oh, yes, who lobbied for the job by promising retribution against Trump's enemies, including Bolton. Now, the FBI seems to have tipped off the friendly New York Post to that raid before it took place. And although Bolton, to my knowledge, has not yet been charged with any crimes, he's reportedly being investigated for the mishandling of classified documents, a fact which was brought up by Holly, which is particularly rich coming from the Trump misadministration because, well, we all know about that. His own stealing of entire boatloads of fucking documents.
And the thing is, Bolton's the kind of guy who never in a million years would have believed that something like this would happen to him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And
it's out of his grip on reality.
True.
This doesn't happen to the Boltons.
Yeah.
Of this world.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. By the way, thank you, Brendan, for the shields are holding. The shields are holding image. We appreciate that. We're still on air, still on bandwidth. Now, Bolton himself, again, to my knowledge, has not commented directly on the raid, save for an oblique mention in a column, I think that was published yesterday. So, many reasons for skepticism exist. In fact, that even if Bolton has committed serious crimes, a substantial chunk of the population might never believe it. A durable minority of Americans appear willing to follow Trump no matter what he says or does, but the rest are voters who could swing either way or who are hard set against him.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, please.
For any sane people like us, Bolton has committed heinous crimes every day of his life with his poisonous advice and his poisonous power. And he's not like up there in the limelight bragging about what he can do. You know what I mean?
Oh.
But not, he is worthy of prosecution, but that it's coming from his own side of the spectrum. What's so
karma.
Especially mind-boggling for him. For him,
yes and no.
Yeah.
I'm sure if he had any iota of sense in his brain,
Bernie communists coming for him. This is his fellows.
Well, he never expected anything from the Bernie communists to be threatening. This is actually makes much more sense. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. But never would he have dreamed.
Yeah.
In a million years. And they had a quick clip of him on the news thing I saw, and God, that guy's got blood in his eyes.
Ha! Oh, well, there you go.
There's gonna be whatever retribution he's got. He's gonna bring it.
Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see.
It's gonna be interesting.
I mean, there's
it's celebrity boxing for sure.
Yes.
Remember that claymation?
Yes, celebrity deathmatch. Celebrity deathmatch.
Celebrity deathmatch. It was pretty fucking funny.
That's
how I see this.
I couldn't
claymation.
I couldn't get into it then, and I can
for a minute.
Yeah,
you know.
It's all I can say is
I think they had Gene Kirkpatrick at one point.
I can't. Who's Gene Kirkpatrick again?
Oh, Secretary of State with Kissinger and all. Daddy George Bush.
Okay, that kind of shit. Yeah, got it.
Oh, God.
Now, in the immediate aftermath of the raid, even long-standing hatred of Bolton didn't prevent many left-of-center observers from flocking to his defense.
Oh,
and
I'm crying now.
and although Trump's attempts to undermine objective truth for his own political ends has received a lot of attention, this incident points to how chronic dishonesty could come back to haunt him. Someday, the president may need the American people to believe something he says.
Ooh.
And they won't.
Oh.
Now, obviously, a lot of these journalists only belabor the obvious. But I think of an Atlantic magazine cover story from last summer where Anne Applebaum chronicled how modern-day authoritarians in countries such as Red China and Putinist Russia erode truth, not by convincing people to believe lies at all, but by just wearing them down with so many lies. To quote is from her, "This tactic, the so-called fire hose of falsehoods, ultimately produces not outrage, but nihilism. Given so many explanations, how can you know what actually happened? What if you just can't know? If you don't know what happened, you're not likely to join a great movement for democracy, or to listen to anyone when anyone speaks about positive political change. Instead, you are not going to participate in any politics at all."
At all.
Well, this will sound familiar to Americans as well, because the day before yesterday, Trump claimed that Maryland Governor Wes Moore, a Democrat who campaigned vociferously against Trump in 2024, told him, "Sir, you're the greatest president of my lifetime."
Jesus.
Now, this is such a laughable claim that Trump couldn't have expected anyone to believe it. Yet Moore felt compelled to deny it. And the press felt compelled to fact-check it. That digging is admirable, but it won't deter Trump from sowing doubt. And once you see the pattern that Applebaum described, its effectiveness for a political movement seeking power is clear enough, but it also has drawbacks for a government that, for now, depends on democratic legitimacy. One of the first victims might be the FBI itself. As the former special agent Asha Rangappa wrote in the New York Times, and here I quote therefrom, "An FBI that is not perceived as legitimate will have a more difficult time gathering information and intelligence for its cases, which are often provided voluntarily by individuals who believe in its mission." I hate myself for picking on one of the good guys, but I hate his kind because of Kash Patel. Don't blame me. Blame Kash Patel. Now, the night before last, Trump announced that he was firing Lisa Cook, a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, after Bill Pulte, I think the guy's name is Pulte, the housing heir, whom Trump appointed to lead the Federal Housing Finance Agency, levied accusations of mortgage fraud against Cook. And here again, there be reasons for doubt. Trump has fired many top black...
Isn't she black?
Yes, thank you. I was just about to get to that point.
My God.
Trump is... Yeah, go on. Go on, Holly. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to veer off because I just remembered the other headline. He's coming for Soros.
Oh, that's right. And his son.
You can believe that.
What did he call his son? He said your communist son or something like that. Some
yeah.
Stupid shit.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
They pay all us protesters.
Yeah. That's how Holly contributes. That's how Holly contributes. It's the check she gets from Soros.
Free.
Yeah, she just forwards Soros' checks to me. That's it.
Yeah. They've been saying that shit since the 70s.
Yeah, it's so.
And Kent State and shit.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. And your giant vagina. What'd you ever do with the giant vagina he gave you?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's remember the women were all protesting wearing the giant vaginas, and they all claimed Soros passed them out. Soros.
Yeah. They always do.
Yeah, of course.
Man, they hate that guy. And I'm good friends with some homeland Hungarians.
Yeah.
And I said, so I was, a little worried about bringing it up, that live in Hungary. And I said, what about Soros? And You're like, what are you talking about?
Are
He's
you
a great
talking about
man.
the alien guy, the alien chaser, the
No, the Hungarian
Yeah, what's
Brazilian
that
guy.
guy's name? The Greek guy's name, Theotokopoulos or something that she's talking about.
yeah?
Heather's
I
Oh,
thought
talking
that's
about.
who you were talking about.
Yeah,
okay.
Autocopoulos. Yeah, full of
Yeah,
Acropolis.
I like him.
Full of
Don't come
Acropolis.
after him. He's
Yeah.
good.
I only wish they would come after that son of a bitch. Yes. Heather put in chat room. Thank you, Robert. Thank you to everyone who's making this happen for Douglas. Thank you, honey. Believe
Yes.
me, it couldn't be possible without
Yes,
you, Heather.
yes.
Yeah, and Holly. Yes, and
Well.
Dragana, who contributed 100 United States dollars. So thank you,
Yes.
Dragana.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Yes, bless her heart. And
Yeah.
it takes me 20 times to remember names, so I have to look up her name again. So I apologize for that, dear Dragana. But it's probably for the best I don't remember your surname. Might just get you in trouble or something, from the gang stalkers. But, being the kind of guy I am, I'm pretty much a perfectionist. So I'll try and look up her last name anyway. In the meantime, Brendan Zogit sent a few images that are, let's take a look at them. Okay, so these are, more my kind of images. Let me heart them all. And he's sending them to me in my private message box. But these
Big boob porn.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You've got it down. You've got it down. You know me too well. Yes, it's So all such being said, what you said was, I'm glad that you're telling me that people in homeland Hungary like Soros. That's good.
Actually, very much. Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Guy
Good.
does all kinds of good things.
Good.
It always has.
No, there's plenty of things you've brought up that have been so important, Holly. Never ever chide yourself or discourage yourself from interrupting. Okay. Our man.
Oh, and that was the last thing I wanted to say.
Sure.
If I was so commie-dupable, wouldn't I be hardcore MAGA by now?
Yeah, that's the paradox. Isn't that the paradox?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I wasn't dupable then. I was just born this way.
Yeah.
I really was. There was never a choice at any point.
Oh my goodness.
Straight out the chute.
Yeah. Oh, we're so we're lucky to have you just the way you are. And so
it's mutual.
Yes. So anyhow, as a
Bolton.
Yeah. well now we're at Cook. But
yeah.
So Trump has fired many top black or female leaders in government. He's waging a campaign of political pressure against the Fed. Cook is challenging the firing in court and has not been charged with any crime, although ironically Trump has been found liable for extensive long-running fraud in real estate.
Oh my God.
Generational. So yes. Yeah. Instead of
now his daughter is hooked up with the next generations.
There you
Jesus.
go. Instead of
it's all fraud.
Yeah, you know what this is? You know what this is proof of? This is proof of the old eugenics concept of inherent criminality.
Amen. Is it nature or nurture?
Yes, there you go. Innate criminality.
When you got both. Yeah. They got both.
Yeah. I mean, when you think of the term
genetic and parentage.
There you go. It's a double whammy. But when you think of the term criminal type, we used to have that term criminal type. Think of Trump, Donald Trump and his family. Now
the forehead slope and the little hands and the whole thing.
Yes.
He's probably got weird head bumps.
Yes.
Now some phrenology on his ass.
Yeah.
Let me say this.
Sure.
You know this thing on his hand?
Yes.
This big ass vascular failure on his hand.
Yeah.
I got to attend my grandmother's death and learn so much from hospice from it.
Uh-huh.
And so it looks exactly like what's called modeling, which starts within 7 days before you're going to croak.
Cool.
And it's the extremities, the hands.
Cool.
And so it makes me wonder, what does that guy's feet look like?
Well, they said he's
I
got
think
all
it's
this
called molting, or is it modeling?
mottling.
MOTT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mottling.
Oh, model.
Can you imagine what that guy's feet
But you
look
know,
like?
Heather's right on. He should be molting like a fucking snake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some goddamn cockroach. Yeah, he should be molting like a cockroach. Yeah, so snake shed.
I'll bet
But
his
roaches
feet
molt.
are so swollen up and blue
Oh, yes. Oh,
that they
God.
can barely get him in his clown shoes. So,
Oh, no doubt. That piece of
like
shit.
I say, it doesn't matter to me because he served his purpose.
Yeah. Well, it's all...
The barn door's open. It's out of all
Things
control.
can only get better after his death, I assure you. I mean, things will still get
All
worse,
right.
but it's more of a gradual decline instead of just an immediate jump off the cliff. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll hold my hat. I'll hang my hat on that.
Yeah.
Got to stay sane. you know?
Yes, of course. Of course.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I'll just heart what she says here. Science alert. Wild rabbits in U.S. show starting tentacle growths on their head. Oh, so sad. Yes. So, Heather, have you
Yeah.
seen this? Have you seen this?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So sad.
Oh no, not in lifetime. Like, I haven't witnessed it.
But,
And no sightings here. The sightings are in Minnesota, Nebraska.
okay, yeah.
Oh, really?
And why do they say
Because
there's no need to...
Arizona.
Yeah, go on, Holly.
Go ahead.
Arizona. What about Arizona?
Arizona and Southern California always had a scandal about a species of mushroom that can invade the body with its mycelium and then sprout. So they were finding rabbits covered with the Pistoleria vulgaris, as I understand.
Oh.
And so, suburban homeowners out there in the desert with air conditioning were planting gardens and shit. And they started getting white trails on their arm, under the skin, the mycelium. But the rabbits and any kind of deer or anything all had them sprouting on them. So it's not that. And this was pretty damn documented, So it is no surprise that other weird fungal shit is happening.
Yes.
It's so
And it's
sad.
one of the great threats, the funguses, because I don't think antibacterials or antiviral can do anything about that, even though there is no real such thing against antivirals anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And and appreciate that as well, Heather. So when we come back to the Supreme Court, it's suggested in May that a president cannot remove a Fed governor except for a cause. So Trump is claiming cause. But of course, why should anyone believe him? So the lower courts have...
People actually do.
well, they shouldn't. And the lower courts have become markedly more skeptical of arguments coming from the government lawyers. As you know, I think that's been reported by the New York Times, just for one. That's the easiest go-to in that regard. But the court system is adversarial. Yet judges have heretofore assumed they can defer to representatives of the federal government on some matters. The Trump administration's equivocations and evasions in arguments this year have led many judges to withdraw that benefit of the doubt, slowing cases down. A president who says he wants swift justice is instead gumming up the system. And this lack of credibility can manifest in ways both large and small. On a global stage, Trump will have a hard time brokering the peace deal in Ukraine that he so badly wants because his vacillation gives neither side much incentive. Russia's Vladimir Putin doesn't fear him, and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky and his European allies most certainly don't trust him. But the effects can also be much more direct for American citizens. The government sometimes has to warn people about ill effects of foods, medicines, or products. But who, other than the Maha faithful, the Make America Healthy Again crowd. The RFK cult. Who other than that will believe a Department of Health and Human Services that's led by Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr.? If a dangerous storm is coming, the government needs to warn those in its path. But who will believe the Trump misadministration once they've seen a hurricane map that the president altered with a Sharpie? This is the problem with entirely subjugating governance to immediate political concerns. As one former Trump aide told ABC News in 2020, he was so focused on the re-election that longer-term considerations fell by the wayside. Now, you might be surprised to know, Holly, that insight came from Bolton himself.
Yeah.
So,
I love it. I mean, Bolton is from the bottom of the swamp. I remember this like yesterday. At the same time, he actually dredged up the war criminal Elliot Abrams.
Elliot Abrams.
Does that name ring a bell? I
No,
mean,
not
the
consciously.
butcher.
Wow.
He never fired a gun, but it was just unthinkable evil. And Elliot Abrams was smart enough to say, "No thanks."
Yeah, is this the guy they named
He
the
wasn't
Abrams tank
going
after?
Down. Oh, maybe his father or something.
Okay.
Elliot Abrams. No, yeah, the Abrams tank. It very well could be, but I mean, you want to talk about slime creature.
Right.
Flesh-eating viruses on the hoof.
Jesus Christ.
And even he was smart enough to say, "Oh, hell no.
Yes.
I don't need to stick my toe in this water to reap the benefits."
Yeah, good for him. And
well, I wish he had, and then would have, had to fall on his face in the mud in front of everybody like Bolton.
We held out long enough for George Knight. So, George Knight, how long are we blessed with your presence tonight?
Thank you so much, Douglas. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah.
I think I've got a good half an hour. Thank you so much.
I'm going to edge out here, but I'm so glad you're here, George. And I'm going to flip to YouTube and go about my thing, but so glad you're here.
Well, we love you.
Yeah,
love you
much
all.
appreciated.
It's been a great
Love
night.
you, Holly.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, what a night. Thank you all.
Kisses, Holly.
Bye.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye for now.
Have a good night.
Yes, and so Heather will stay with us, I presume, while we speak with George. And so, dear George, give us a thank you, Heather. So give us a little update on your own, whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
Yes.
How's work? How's
Very
life?
much.
How's the family?
Oh, yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, everyone's doing well. Thank you, Douglas. Everything's good my end. It's just very early in the morning. I've got myself ready and I'm preparing myself for the day ahead of me. And I just wanted to first off say thank you, Heather. I did tune in earlier to listen. Thank you for donating some contributions to Douglas to help him out, and to Sammy Romero and to everyone else who I'm not familiar with. So yeah, much appreciated on that. That's very much appreciated from my part. I did at the moment, Douglas, I'm going through some horrible dreams at the moment.
Wow.
I'm back dedicated to the gym like 100%, and my diet's changed.
Wow.
And I've been experiencing some awful dreams, and I had an awful dream about yourself. Something tragic happened in my dream, and I don't want to relay it because I don't want to think about it. But yeah, it's just it brings joy and tears to my eyes when people are helping you out, which is very much appreciated. So yeah, it's very highly regarded from my end. I don't have PayPal myself, so I can't contribute anything at the moment until I get that sorted. But yeah, it's very much appreciated, Douglas. Yes, but I'm glad you're all right.
And do you feel that these dreams might be part of an occult assault, which I've spoken, Team Dietrich, many of its members are under an occult siege?
Yeah, that has crossed my mind as well, Douglas. That has. I just put it down to my diet change, and just I'm sleeping so much better. I'm very active with my body, and I've just cut out all the crap from. I was indulging in I think somebody mentioned Doritos earlier, and it dropped the endorphins. and sometimes that is a go-to for me, because the chili heat wave is obviously an acquainted taste, and certainly people enjoy that in the UK. But they were so cheap recently over the last few months because, of course, of all the tariffs that have been imposed and enacted everywhere, all the supermarkets. Prices are skyrocketing at the moment, Douglas. But
God.
yeah, I was having some of those. So yeah, I just put it down to my diet. But of course, yeah, it could be occult sieges, because it's always people in my dreams. It's people who who are around me, and it's like things happen, and it's like, oh God. And yeah, I don't know. It's just it's something I've made people aware of. I'm having these horrible dreams. They're not nightmares, but they're just bad dreams. It's just bad things happen. In them, and it's just awful.
Well, the good news is you can wake up.
Yes.
But go on. What else can
the main thing? Yes, yes. Yeah, I just wanted to share that with you, Douglas. Just
well, I thank you for that. That takes courage. It takes courage to share that. I mean, dreams are a vulnerable thing to bring up. I mean, such being said, I'm glad you woke up.
Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. Yes, absolutely. So there's so many things I wanted to just share and say thank you for and everything. I have been reviewing some of the transmissions previously. And,
good. Tell us about this. Yes.
Yeah, and thank you for letting me know about the last transmission when you were cut off.
Yes.
When you were exposing the deep stay. And it's certainly about, when people will act when they're not starving, but when they're hungry.
Yes.
That was, that was very much appreciated. I understood that, comprehensively what you were referring to then.
Yes.
But yes, Douglas, it's so true. But we could go in any direction that, anyone wishes to. There's a lot of things to obviously bring up and mention and talk about, and things currently going on.
Well, you can start by telling people about, obviously they're listening to us, for telling people about the Pentagon or Trump deciding to reinstate the Department of War if he can. I mean, please.
Yes. Oh, yeah, per your own expositions, Douglas.
Yes.
That's it. Yes, absolutely, because... Yeah, we did bring that up quite recently, that the one of the conditions for the peace talk-down process, the negotiations between the that period of time where it was downgrading and very demoralizing for the United States and the United States government, where they were negotiating this peace deal with Japan, with the Empire of Japan. They were, talking about, one of the demands that the Japanese imposed on the United States was you will dismantle and dissolve your Department of War, and you will never be able to declare war ever again. And ever since that point in time, the United States were forced to dismantle their Department of War, and they have never, ever been able to legally declare a state of war ever since. And and then you relayed to me, Douglas, just very recently. Yeah, we were talking about that very recently ourselves. But then Trump has spoke about the proposition of reinstating or
recreating a Department of
recreating, re-implementing a Department of War, which because with all these, you'll see it every now and then. I see on the headlines, Donald Trump is reinstated or declared this presidential proclamation or executive order. That's what I was going to say. An executive order to revoke any of the amendments, so he's able to run for a third term, for example. It's just everything is to override and find these loopholes, so he's able to impose whatever he wants. If he could do something like that, reenact or recreate the Department of War, then that is something that it will be interesting to see what Congress or the Senate or the House of Representatives say about that, for example, or what the Japanese would think about that.
Yes. It's
Yes.
I think it's part of the absurdity of the surrealism of the world that we live in right now. Tell me a little bit about what's going on in England.
World War II.
Yes.
They really are stuck in World War II in that era, in that period. They really are. Vladimir Putin and Trump.
Yes.
And I did see the other day he wants to meet up with Kim Jong-un again. The Rocket Man, which is what he used to call him.
Yes.
He wants to meet up with his little buddy. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Like he met on the DMZ, the demilitarized zone. He met him last time in his last term. Yeah.
Yes.
Shook his hand, and they were like, all this rhetoric, and people were going, "Oh yeah, who's going to fire first?" It's like, no, they're friends, you idiots.
Yes, that's right. That's right. By the way, we just got...
They're just banter.
Yes.
Sorry, carry on.
Holly's rejoining us on that. So, Holly, please, by all means. Yeah.
One last quick thing. Isn't that when the OSS became the CIA?
At the same time,
Operations.
she's speaking of the year 1947, when the Department of War was dismantled and replaced by a Department of Defense, was the same year that the OSS became the CIA. Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's like, the United States Air Force came into the existence also, Holly. There was no such thing as the United States Air Force prior to the Roswell incident. There was never such thing as an Air Force. And people to this day, they will say, oh, but we approached the Air Force for information regarding Roswell.
Right.
But yet there was no such thing. It had never existed.
Because wasn't that all Navy?
It was Army.
It was the Army.
It was Army.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dry land. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It was all owned. Yes, it was all owned by the Army, and later on, when the Vietnam conflict was, in the midst, in the height, the apex and the pinnacle of the Vietnam conflict, you had Michael Aquino was recalled back from Vietnam to create the Roswell myth in 1969, right. The very year the man started walking on the moon, and
Melvin Brown.
I think. Yeah, that's it. Is it Master
After
Sergeant?
he got done with Phoenix in Vietnam, correct?
That's right. Master Sergeant Melvin Brown. Yes, that's who George Knight is thinking of.
No, Aquino.
As I explained with Holly is thinking of the Phoenix program in Vietnam, a counterinsurgency program that slaughtered thousands of people, but that was CIA. So Michael Aquino was not directly involved with that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He was NSA.
No, he became NSA later. He was Army at that time, Special Forces.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Because it was an Army issue, Holly, to put things in perspective, the Roswell incident was always an Army issue. There was no such thing as an Air Force. So that's why the Army had to recall their Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino. At that time, he wasn't a Lieutenant Colonel, but he was in charge of PSYOPs. Special psychological
and had
warfare.
proven himself through occult warfare in Vietnam.
Yes.
And
so that's why they recalled
even
him.
though he wasn't Phoenix. He was a different program.
He was
from
a different program.
Agency.
Yeah, from a different agency other than Phoenix. U.S. Army Special Forces, which is just as bad as CIA.
Oh yeah.
But just so you know, Holly, there are naval bases deep in the dry land interior of the United States because they used to have naval airships.
Yeah,
they did have an Air Force of their own.
Well, airships. They had airships. Now, even today, because of their aircraft carriers, the Navy has far more planes than the Air Force, because the Air Force, as George Knight will attest, all crawled underground and just sit on their butts in bunkers to launch missiles.
With Titans.
Yeah, and all that shit. Yeah, they don't do shit. Yeah, so they're like, everything they do is underground, the Air Force these days. There's no planes in the sky for the Air Force, for all intents and purposes.
Right.
Yeah, what they have are just museum pieces. I mean, George Knight can tell you there's only how many stealth bombers? I'm sure only a few of them are operational.
Excuse me. There's 21, Douglas.
Yeah.
21 now. They moved up from 20 to 21.
Yeah.
That's it.
And half the time, half of them, like a carrier, are in repair.
They're dormant.
Yeah.
They're dormant.
Yeah.
They don't even operate. Yeah, they're just sitting. They're just sitting ducks, basically.
It was always a dud.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
We used to see him flying around in the desert.
Yes. Yeah.
Silently.
They're impressive looking.
They are, and they're silent.
Yeah.
Something big going right over you.
Yeah, but it's
completely silent.
Yeah. But by the way, Brendan put a link into the text box of Germany has created a streamline a national security council. So in other words, they're streamlining the process for responding to a crisis. So that's good. And what do we know, George, about Britain? All I hear anyone talking about now in Britain is immigration. This whole thing.
Exactly.
Tell me about this.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. You would, if you just go on Google, anyone who's listening, if you just go on Google and type in the roundabouts, you have these people that go around these. In the UK, we've got like very small roads compared to what what happens in the United States.
We know about roundabouts from Jersey. We hated them there. Yeah.
Yes, there's these little white roundabouts, and people have been painting like the red cross through it. And
it's St. Andrew's Cross. Isn't that the Scottish flag? Yes. The Scottish flag, which the Confederate flag is based on. That's what the Confederate States flag is based on, is Scottish Rites Masonry.
Yeah, it's basically them, trying to represent that we want to, their stance and the slogan, their mission statement is, we want to take Britain back. We want to send all these immigrants. We want to send all these asylum seekers, and we want to, they deport them all. And Nigel Farage came out only a few days ago, Douglas. He publicly stated that if he is elected as Prime Minister, he will deport every single asylum seeker, every illegal immigrant back to, and they want to send them to Rwanda. Rwanda?
Rwanda. Yeah.
Rwanda.
Where they massacred, which we had one of the great genocides in modern history in Rwanda.
Yeah, the Rwandan genocide.
Tutsis.
Yes. Yes. That's where he says.
What does he say about the women and children?
All of them. Yeah. He's going to deport every single one.
Whoa. Well,
and we got Kilmar going to Uganda.
Yeah, that's where they want to send Kilmar to Uganda. They might as well kill that poor son of a bitch.
Yeah. I mean, I'm signing over. Carry on.
Yes. Thank you, honey. So, George, I mean, this is so obviously. So
you could,
obviously. So I'm forgetting what they call it. There's a term for that. While I look this up, continue talking about this. So is Nigel? Is he a real threat in politics, or what?
Yes. There was something that somebody shared the other day on Facebook about one of the candidates, the local, they call them like, in the local elections, there's a candidate that represents the party. And the guy that's represented the Reform under Nigel Farage, he is like a former, I think he was charged and sent to prison for like rape charges or abuse and all this. This is their candidates. These are the people representing the party. They're former like hooligans and criminals, and it's just that was just hilarious. And then everyone was jumping on the bandwagon to defend this man and saying, "Oh, they're not reputable sources. This is all just hearsay and just rumors." And I was like, "But you could probably find out if it is substantiated or not with these people." But that was just hilarious. And it's just like, people don't understand with Nigel Farage, people like him, when he was running he was the figurehead for the Brexit party, for Brexit. He was the man who was running, who was promoting, let's let Britain leave the European Union.
Yes.
Britain out.
Yes.
He was the man running that. But once they won, that when David Cameron announced the referendum, once he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish, then he just basically disappeared off the face of the earth. He just said, "Well, I'm going to go meet Donald Trump."
That's right.
And he's what's the word? He's there. He's speaking highly of Vladimir Putin.
Oh God!
And it's just like,
it's a repeat of Trump. It's a retread. Trump retread. Go on.
Yes. Then he went to go rendezvous with his chum buddy, Donald Trump.
Yes.
Yes, straight after after they won. They knew that they won the democratic vote of leaving the EU. And he just disappeared. And what was it? It was always anti-European. It was always an anti-European stance. And then if you read that book, sorry, I think Holly's dropped off, but I was going to say to anyone listening in, if you read that book by Alexander Dugin, the Foundation of Geopolitics, it outlines there the proposals
for Britain to leave the European Union, and it's all to do with immigration. Promote that immigration, and that Britain spends. They cannot self-govern. They're not autocratic in any sense. That we have to leave the European Union because they looked at us as a floating flotilla.
Yes.
They looked at us as an island, as that was separated from the European Union. That was part of it. They wanted us separated for their new ideology of Eurasianism. But also, you'll see also, Douglas, with the American stance, they promoted it where Alexander promoted, let's make everyone anti-American, but we'll use the American people to do that, and they're using Donald Trump to promote that.
Yes.
And that's what's happening. And this is all outlined in that book. And
Absolutely.
I can see it. It is just, and then you got Trump meeting up with Vladimir Putin. I think we haven't caught up with their meeting in Alaska, but that was hilarious because when he was escorted to excuse me, where did he meet in Alaska? It was the military base, I think in
Juneau, wasn't it? Juneau?
Anchorage? Was it Anchorage?
Yeah, Anchorage. Probably, you're right. Yeah, I'd have to look it up to tell you the truth because I was so at that moment I was just tuning out to them. You know, I tuned out to them because I was so disgusted. But go on. Yes, continue, please, by all means. Yeah.
On the flight, guess what? Vladimir Putin's Russian associates on board, all those military, all the military personnel on board those flights, they were serving Kievs, chicken Kievs.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
As a form of insult.
Yes.
To Ukraine. And the whole point of that's what they told the world, was we're going to come up with a peace deal with Russia.
Yes.
Donald Trump said we're going to come up with a peace deal. Yeah. And so they rendezvoused at Anchorage in Alaska, and you had Donald Trump have a B-2 bomber, what we just mentioned, the stealth bomber, fly right overhead of them.
That's right.
And as you pointed out, Douglas, which is what I asserted, what I assumed what was going to be the proposition for the negotiation was, we will invade Greenland and we'll hand you over Alaska.
Yes.
But in exchange for you to carry out your aggression in Ukraine. And I think I believe that was on the cards. I believe that was because I think there was some form of leak from these memos or these
That's right.
that were left.
That's right.
Were left outlining some of the talks that were going down. But yeah, the exchanges between the two nations.
Yeah.
And and that was that's what I wanted to just
that's something that Holly brought up. Holly brought up the fact that the Russian state media, they were talking about was that Putin was going to get Alaska back from Donald Trump. That was so that was the original plan. And so for those of you who are skeptical of this, that was essentially what was going to go down. And the reason why was because Trump was hoping. Now, people are going to say, of course, people are going to say, we would hope, we can only hope, because with Trump, you never know. We would hope that Trump would understand that Greenland's not part of Russia, or that Russia doesn't hold Greenland as a territory.
No, exactly.
So how could that be considered a proper exchange? But that's where they're forgetting that Trump wanted Russian troops in Alaska to act as opening a new front for when he invaded Canada. Because he's threatened to make Canada a part of the United States.
Yes. And Alaska's obviously borderlining directly onto Canada.
Yeah.
And so, it just, absolutely, Douglas. It is that obviously it is foretold in these, what we've been aware of for many years, and it's foretold in these books, but people don't study their history. Like, what you outlined earlier, people do not know their history, so they don't know how to contend with today's world. Yes. They don't know how to contend with today's politics and what's going on today. This is one of the challenge. This is certainly the challenges from us, but which
could segue me into another direction. But yeah, it's just so, yeah, it's frustrating and maddening from our part, because yeah, me and Douglas are on the same page. We're fighting for the same cause. We're fighting info wars. We're fighting our own info wars to promote facts and history. And yet all these people around us, everyone is all regurgitating all this propaganda that they've been fed the lies over years and generations. And it's truly despicable, Douglas.
But what we can say is this: we let's say that Trump did this. That I mean, Pete Hegseth, that son of a bitch, right? The Secretary of Defense in the United States. He keeps saying NATO must be a stronger, more lethal force. All he ever talks about is lethality. He would then come to regret the fulfillment of his wish. Because if Trump got Putin into Alaska and then proceeded to invade Canada, I can guarantee you that before the Americans had completed their buildup, because it takes time to amass the men and machinery to invade that large a border, that long extended a border.
Absolutely.
That Canada would have shut the border down and shut off electricity supplies to a vast swath of the northeastern United States and stopped the supply of oil across the border. I'm not sure how many bridges there are over that border, but I'm pretty sure you'd find they'd be rigged for demolition. It would only, it would only take a few days at most for riots to break out in the cities that Canada had blacked out, and the police and National Guard wouldn't be enough to contain that. And if America was still daft enough to launch an attack, the first time a Canadian city is hit, I would hope, find American cities getting hit by missiles from Canada and submarine-launched missiles from the Atlantic Ocean, because all of a sudden Americans would be dying in their hundreds of thousands. This is the kind of war we're talking about because of this insanity. This is the kind of madness that Trump will yet bring us to. Britain is now on the side of Germany in a two-front war against Russia and America. In effect.
That's why, and that's why Trump wants to meet with Kim Jong-un, with North Korea.
Yes.
And he knows that. Yes.
That's.
And thank you.
Yeah, but go on.
And as you outlined, Douglas, Canada will conduct what we call a scorched earth policy to compromise the Russian and American troops that would proceed to invade. There's no, and like you said, the land mass is so vast. It would take, it would take months, if not years, to trespass over that terrain and territory, and not to mention how frigid and futile it all is.
It's a Russian front. Exactly.
Yes.
But NATO, it would be a strike on a NATO country, and hopefully the rest of NATO would respond. The same with Greenland. The same with Greenland, which is a territory of Denmark.
Douglas.
Now, I'm sharing screen at the moment. I don't know. Are you? Can you see the cursor moving or see the screen share?
Yes. And it's the England flag, yes, that they are.
Oh, is that what it is? Because I kept thinking to myself.
Scotland is the blue, because the Union Jack, as you mentioned before, if they got their independence, if Scotland got their independence, separated from the United Kingdom, then of course Britain and Wales and Ireland will have to reorganise their flag. They'll have to redraw it.
That's right.
Because it's part of it. That's the blue.
Yes.
The blue in it.
That's right. But I kept thinking all that graffiti, every time I saw them spray paint the St. Andrew's cross, I kept thinking, why are they spraying the Irish flag? I kept saying, why are they spraying the Irish flag? I thought it was this one.
Interpreted. Yes. It's that one, yes.
It's
all that.
Okay, because they were spraying this then. They were spraying this then. Okay.
Again, Douglas. Yeah, and again, Douglas, because
you know, I was thinking about this only
By
the
the
other
way,
day. I
this
was
is
like,
a
I'll
name
bet-
for it. It's called the saltire. Like salt. Saltire. SALTIRE. It's called the saltire.
Much appreciated.
Yes, thank you. That's the Scottish flag that became part of the Union flag.
Yeah, the Union flag. Yes,
Right.
yes.
Yes. But continue. Yes, by all means, continue.
Oh, I was thinking the other day, Douglas, because we've pointed out, which nobody knows about, nobody's talking about unless they've listened to us, that, you know, with Britain, it's on the brink. It is imminent. It is irreversible, and it's going to be inevitable that the Gulf Stream is on the brink of collapse.
Yes.
Which, if that Gulf Stream collapses, Britain will enter a new ice age.
Yes.
Like, very, very precarious time.
Yeah.
Very unprecedented in modern days, in the contemporary world. So why would our government, this is the main question people do not seem to ask and grasp, why would our government allow foreigners to come here if they know Britain's is on the brink, and at any point in time the Gulf Stream could shut down and we'll enter a new ice age? And yet they're developing cities in Egypt,
Yes.
as you mentioned,
Yes.
for Britons
Yes.
to immigrate to.
Yeah.
So it's
the
very
largest
good-
church in Africa. The largest church in Africa
Church.
in a Muslim
Mega
country.
church.
In a Muslim country.
Yes. In
Yeah,
a
it's so
Muslim
gone.
country, and they're allowing all these people from all over the Middle East, allowing them to enter our shores. And you know, I could go into, like, you know, with Emmanuel Macron being the first European president
Since Brexit.
Prime Minister
Since Brexit.
since Brexit to enter and to talk about, oh yeah, you know, we'll you know, but we'll take so many back, you know, depending on such and such condition. But you'd think, why would the government do that? And then you've got these, so in the UK, you've got these anti-immigration stance and you've got pro-immigration. And, you know, we've pointed out in the past, Douglas, during, like, you know, where you have world conflicts, world wars in the past, immigration is viable. Immigration is a good thing because this has happened. Nation states existed, which never existed before, prior to World War One and post World War One, and prior to World War Two and post World War Two. We've gone over it in the past. But of course, what's the opposite to immigration? It's extermination. It's genocide of the people, of the masses.
Yes.
So if you don't deport them, you're going to have to kill them all.
Yes.
So with the whole, you know, you've got these two resistant movements in the UK, which I oppose to both of them. You've got anti-immigration and you've got pro-immigration. They're both resistant movements to a paradigm shift.
Yes. Yes.
And so, yeah, this is what I'm contending with. It's trying to outline the repercussions and the problems to people and come up with a solution. As I mentioned, we're on the brink of an ice age, an extinction event in Britain.
Yes.
And so the only option is war and immigration.
An empire.
An empire.
Yes. And
I don't know if I can make that any more crystal clear to people.
it's now most of the people that you try to communicate the gravity of the situation to are the majority of them running towards the anti-immigrant stance or towards a more, shall we say, liberal stance? What are you mostly encountering?
Stance. Yes. And those people that are liberal, that's supposedly liberal, they're anti-Nazi. They go, oh, fascists.
Oh, God.
They're calling the people that they're calling those people that are graffitiing those roundabouts. They're fascists. They're Nazis. They're racist. This is the resistance against and it's all a farce. They're all convoluted and discombobulated. They're all confused. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't understand the gravity of the situation, Douglas.
Yeah, that's the horror. That's there you go. That's the horror of what we're confronted with. Is so when at least you and I can take comfort in, obviously the people in power are listening to us. We know that for a fact. I mean, we were the first people here. It was Brendan Zogit was talking about the ketchup used on Trump's ear, and then Governor Gavin Newsom, who's running for president in the United States, started saying it's ketchup on Trump's ear during the assassination attempt. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Douglas, could you just hold the thought for just 2 minutes? I just need to do something very quickly, and
Of course, take your time.
We can discuss Trump.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Yes. So I want everyone to understand the same thing could happen with Australia. Trump is alienating Australia in his own way as much as he is alienating Canada. They'll still continue trade, of course, but the favorable terms for the Japanese TPP partners with Australia ensure an increased flow in both directions between all partners. It reduces reliance on the United States, on American goods to Australia, and reduces reliance on American services to Australia, while expanding the economic and social wealth of all of the partners involved in the Japanese Empire's second Greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere, or rather simply a realization of their first. What they first attempted to realize has been realized now through TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So when it comes to the state of war that we're in, obviously we'll get back to that. This is something that is, well, people are really in denial of the fact that Russia's war against Ukraine, well, that's a war against Europe. And certainly what they're doing in the Black Sea is they're planning for battles beyond Ukraine by the naval exercises that the Russians held to try and counter.
Thank you, Douglas.
Oh, yes. So please continue.
So
no worries.
I appreciate it. Yes.
No,
you were talking about Trump's ear. There was, I have seen some very clear shots of that very ear, and there's no scarring whatsoever. There is nothing, and people pointed that out. There is nothing there. People are soon to forget about what happened. They've literally just blown that off the water, over the water, and they've shrugged it under the rug. They've forgotten all about what's happened.
Yes.
And so, yes, you have this, and obviously, we've gone into this in the past with what happened. You know, they got this poor little, this childlike adolescent boy who was just entering adulthood, who was, I believe he was a, what do you call it? He is, I'm thinking of the acronym, but he was...
Involuntary celibate?
Involuntary celibate, incel. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, much appreciated. Yes. And yet, they cremated his body before there was any autopsy conducted. You know, the disposal.
I didn't even know that. I never thought about it.
They covered that up by like Osama bin Laden. The Navy SEALs just dumped his body in the ocean, so he's no longer a martyr. He cannot be a martyr. And so that's what that was the stance. And then people just soon forgot about it. And then you got footage of that event when he was rallying, and I believe that was one of the red states. That was massive rally, and then you got all those super service agents, but they weren't secret service agents at all. I think they were they private?
It turned out they were private. From what I understand. Yeah.
With private, you could do whatever you wanted. You could orchestrate anything you want, and because they get paid. They're like mercenaries. They get paid to do a job.
Yeah.
And so, they killed that poor son of a bitch. Yeah, they used him as a scapegoat, as a patsy, and they blamed it. Then people say, but somebody died in the crowd. Well, who gives a shit?
They don't. Care. Certainly they don't. Yeah.
But with all that, and then, as I shared with you, Douglas, like I learned from yourself, Trump's response to that theatrical, is how come... with those, so supposedly, and they promote to the world, they told the world that they were Secret Service agents, but they weren't. They were a private subcontract company. Yes. They were privately subcontracted to Donald Trump.
Essentially, they were actors. They were actors. Yes.
Yeah, and so basically, if the president of the United States if there was an assassin, or
undergo an assassination attempt, the Secret Service agents are ordered to basically protect the president at all costs.
Yes.
They would have dived on him. They would have broken his ribs. They would have done anything.
Which is what they did to Ronald Reagan. They actually broke one of Ronald Reagan's ribs, throwing him down to the ground so hard.
Yes. And so, no, what do? They just hugged him. They just,
lifted him up so he could get shot again.
Shot again, yes, exactly. And, Donald Trump's reaction was he put a fist pump in the air and he goes, I'm alive. Yeah. I survived it. Yeah. And how was he so sure there was not a second assassin?
Yeah. Or that they had even taken down the first. He didn't know that they had taken down the first.
No.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But tell them they also had snipers positioned facing the assassin. They had snipers pre-positioned.
Yes, I've saved it. I've shared that, Douglas. Yeah. You could see the snipers pre-positioned to shoot in that direction. And there were moments, within moments of the first shot being fired at Donald Trump in that direction. So they were already pre-positioned to take this guy out. So they must have had pre-imposition. They had a pre...
Obviously, it's conspired. It's conspired.
Yeah, they were complicit.
Yes,
they were complicit in that. They had prior knowledge. I'm trying to think of what they call it. There's another word for it. I can't remember at the moment. Douglas, but it doesn't matter.
Well, certainly, we can think of that later. But as you pointed out, as you pointed out, it was all made clear how disappointed Trump was when right after that, what's his name?
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, gave up the run. And Trump was like, that was all for nothing.
Yeah, because he wanted to show how macho he was compared to a degenerate, Alzheimer's, dementia,
ridden fool.
Spewing fool, old man. Yes, he wanted to show that he was more macho, that he survived an assassination attempt. And he was so disappointed. He publicly stated that, how disappointed he was because he spent all those millions of dollars on a campaign. And then he had to run for a black lady who was going to be president, who was acting as president, the vice president, Kamala Harris. And so, yes, that was, and he was, for goodness sake. Yes. So that just shows you everything.
Yes.
That just tells you everything. If people haven't just grasped that, then you're literally living under a rock.
And most people are. Most people are, but
they got their hand in the sand. Their hand in the sand, Douglas.
Yes,
it's more comforting for them.
It's like the truth does not set you free. It really doesn't.
Absolutely.
It's really a burden, but such having been said, what else? Oh, yes. Did you see the link I sent about them reopening the Japanese internment camps to put Latin Americans in now?
Oh, God, yeah. I haven't read the article, but I have got it, Douglas.
Okay.
As well as your emails as well. They're in my junk. They're in my junk box, basically. Yeah. Always check the junk box. If you're expecting emails from Douglas, just check your junk box because, they're being intercepted somehow.
Yes, it all goes into spam. It all goes into spam.
Yeah, it all goes into... it's ridiculous. Yeah, but Douglas. Yeah, because normal people can send normal people can just send normal emails and it will go straight to your inbox. But no, not from...
not from Douglas Dietrich. Yeah.
Yes, very bizarre.
Yeah.
But at any rate, Douglas, I did appreciate, when we were speaking before, and it's the segue back to World War II and to World War I as well, with Adolf Hitler assuming full control, full power over the German forces, the German army. The Rorszámā, the German Defense Force. That was I believe, was it December 19th, Douglas? Have I got the date correct?
I'll find it. Yeah, that's easy to find. So we'll share a screen on that. Just give me a second to look up the essay that I put that in.
Yeah, thank you. After the failure of overtaking Moscow, after the Operation Barbarossa, which then took me back to when you mentioned about Frederick, King Frederick the
Barbarossa.
First.
Yes,
Barbarossa.
which is very important for people who don't understand history. There's let me get a second here to find it, and
Yes.
here we are. So okay, pivotal moment of escalation. Here we are. So going to go back to the call, do a screen share, and we're going to. So this is the essay. I'm trying to finish it. It's still going to take a while, but here we are in World War II. Here we are, and here's the link. Which, do you need the link again? The link again on this. Basically, this link takes us right here to Hitler takes command of the German army, which was.
Oh yes, if you could send that for me, please, Douglas. That's very. Yes.
Yeah.
That's tremendous.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, so here, let's send that to you right now, and it was December 19th. December 19th of, let's look up the year, and just got to get the thing out of the way. So this was 1941, I believe, but I'm pretty sure. But yeah, December 19th, Hitler takes command of the German army. Let's go back to this. And so here we are. It was, let me see, in Indochina. This was, let me see, 1941, December 19th, 1941. So that's when that was. And yeah, until that time, Hitler was only acting as a political leader. He did not take charge of the army. But when the army failed to take Moscow, he had to take over. So let me give this to you in your private messages. And
historians they do not portray that whatsoever. They say that he was in control the whole time since 1933, which is ridiculous.
Which is a lie. It's
which is the biggest lie. Yeah, you cannot. Yeah, the history and it's just preposterous. I remember also listening to that History Channel tried to outline that. Oh, during that democratic vote of 1933 or prior, when it was running for that election, that they won the majority vote when they were in a coalition government with the Conservative Party, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, but they won the minority. They didn't win the majority. They got in for a minority vote, but the History Channel, which is again an extension, a continuity of the Office of War Information. It's just all propaganda. And so that they outlined that it was a majority. So they conflated that. They deliberately made that lie up. To promote that, and so that's what they're doing with this. And so whenever you look it up, I tried typing in, even on Google with the AI, it said, oh no, Hitler was in charge of the army from 1933 onwards, and it says that. But if you type in December 19th, 1941, they'll say that was when he assumed full control of the army. So it's kind of like, it's convoluted. It's very contradictory.
It's contradictory because they're lying. They're fucking lying.
They can't keep up with their lies. They've lied so much they can't keep up with it.
Yes.
So it just makes no sense. But sorry, Douglas.
No worries. So I put the link in your private message. And
thank you. I've received it. Thank you so much.
And thank you for bringing up Barbarossa. It was basically Barbarossa is one of those great tragedies in history, which I brought up that. But in his case, it was almost an act of God. Basically, he dropped the spear that had pierced the side of Christ.
Holy Lance.
Yes, and the Hànyǔ. Yes, the Hànyǔ lance of Longinus. Yes, and when he dove into the river to retrieve it, fully armored, he drowned. He swam for a bit of time trying to retrieve the lance, but then ultimately drowned. But this was a person who had accomplished great things until that point, but even though that was more of an act of God, there's other disasters that I point out in this essay that are man-made. They're man-wrought. And let's see Brendan here. Oh, do say a prayer for Brendan. He says he can't come on, off, still in hellish pain, can't come on. He's under heavy occult assault. Everybody do pray for him.
Oh, right.
And for God's sakes, turn yourself into the hospital if the pain continues. Don't don't ignore it. Don't ignore it. You definitely want to talk to you privately, George, about all these things going on. Obviously, we've got a lot to catch up on, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, absolutely, Douglas.
And so let me just give him a emoji here for the I guess the best I could do is give him a heart for that. So okay, so all that being said, we can go into some of these other man-made catastrophes, but earlier I already covered with Heather and Holly to a summarized extent the Columbian Holocaust. But when it came to Christopher Columbus and his man-wrought disaster on genociding the native population of the Americas, replacing them with black slaves to serve the new Jewish masters that he intended to relocate, as his sponsors intended. They conspired. This is a true Zionist conspiracy. The Zionists conspired to relocate European Jewry from the continent to escape the Inquisition in the Americas.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Europe, yes. Thank you.
So they brought many Jews to the New World, and but because of the extermination of the Native Americans on one side of the Atlantic, the depopulation of Africa by the importation of millions of slaves on the other side of the Atlantic, the reforestation because these people were no longer cultivating the land, and the generation of an artificial ice age, basically a man-made ice age because of the reforestation leading to massive carbon sinks, and the millions of people who died in Europe and elsewhere as a consequence of that little ice age.
That mini ice age.
When you calculate it all together, the Zionist conspiracy to exterminate the Indians and repopulate the American hemisphere wiped out half the human race at that time.
Absolutely.
Half the human race.
Yeah, yeah. As you said, from pole to pole, from the Incas all the way down to the Taino and the Amarat.
Yes. Arawaks, yes.
Yes.
That's right.
Me. I had a cough then.
No worries. As
you said earlier, yes.
Yeah, go on.
It,
but this is, the Zionists have been responsible for and that's not the only genocide. It's a parade of genocides. Look at what's going on now in Palestine.
Yes. It's continuity. Yes, it's just an extension of it. Yeah, Douglas. And, as you mentioned in that first video I discovered you, his Jewish sponsors, I'll never forget their names. I cannot purge their names. It's just stapled into my brain. Yeah, you had Don Isaac Abravano and Gabriel Sanchez, who sponsored those expeditions. And Christopher Columbus, which his real name is, I believe, if I remember at the top of my memory, it's like Salvador. It's like
Ząrko. Salvador Ząrko.
Yeah, Ząrko. That's it. Ząrko. Yeah. That's it, Douglas. Yeah, because they're all aliases. All these names are aliases.
Yes.
Criminal aliases for these people. And yeah, he was a crypto Jew, meaning he was very you would call it a hypocrite to his actual faith. People refer to him in the Spanish language as a marrano, as a dirty pig, because during proper Jewish people were, I believe, they were refrained from eating pork, where he would eat pork behind their back. So he was referred to as marrano, as a dirty pig, because they were famous for not eating pork, but he would. Yes. So he was they would call it a dirty pig because he was contradictory and very hypocrite to his faith. But really, it was the Zionist agenda to conquer the New World and to repopulate with European Zionists for a new Zion to escape the European Inquisition. So, that was the whole agenda and the whole goal of that. But you wouldn't even consult the King and Queen of Spain, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. He would consult these prominent Jewish merchants that would sponsor these expeditions. Yes. And, they would, when they arrived in the Americas, they arrived in I believe it's like the Caribbean, I believe, Douglas?
Yes.
And they would encounter these native populations, these indigenous people, and they would present them, because they were the most hygienic people in the world, because Europeans would not bathe.
That's right.
They literally carry germs and bacteria, whereas these people in the Americas, these native populations, were so hygienic that they were literally, they would present gold, they would present their jewels that they had scavenged throughout the land, and they would present them, and they wouldn't even realize that these were hostile people. And when they saw these new people that would travel,
they present them all these gifts because that's how they lived as a culture. But these men, they were like, oh, you're handing your arms out, let's chop them off. And they'll literally have these war games, wouldn't they? They'll have these,
Yes.
I believe, reading and learning from you, Douglas, that they'll actually have these war games where let's see how many we can kill within a matter of minutes.
Yes.
And they would take their they'll take their swords and they would literally just chop them to pieces, as many as they could. These indigenous people, the Tamo and the Amarak. Excuse me, I can't even.
Arawak.
Yes.
No,
the Arawaks.
No worries. I mean, these are difficult names to remember, and they're an extinct population. So it's that there are people who apparently the Taino, though wiped out to a great degree, apparently there are descendants, but not the Arawak. And so let me send you something else here. I don't know if I've ever sent this to you before, but this is here we go. So let's I'm so surprised that's still accessible, that they haven't wiped that out. I'm afraid to link that publicly simply because I'm afraid they'll scrub it. So do take a look at that at your convenience. You maybe seen it before. Let me know if you've seen that before, that particular aside from that, the other point to be made would be, of course, let me see if I can give you one more link for tonight, and that would be, here we are, I too, of course, am just at that burnout stage, so I'm lucky that you came on, and we'll probably close the episode right after the two of us are finished talking. Here we are. This is the third one. Let me also make sure that you can see this. Here we go, and then I'll enter that. This is does cover a lot of territory that is not normally covered. And here I'll share screen again, and I'll show this to our friend George for all of our listeners to educate them as well. The essay that I'm writing, I have to put in all kinds of facts, of course, as context. One of the things that I brought up about Karl Marx, his Rabbi Moshe Mordecai Levy, born an Ashkenazi Jew with the birth name Herschel HaLevi, meaning Herschel the Levite, into an Ashkenazi Jewish family in Saarlouis, to Herschel Mordecai and Henriette Pressburg, though they weren't the parents. He was the biological son of a rabbi, Rabbi Marx Levy Mordecai ben Samuel HaLevi, or the Levite, and the descendant of Talmudic scholars for many generations. Surname changed from Levi to Levy to pass as Anglo-Saxon. There you have that. Alias Karl Heinrich Marx. His paternal grandfather, Mordecai Levy, the chief rabbi of Trier in the kingdom of Prussia, coming to be referred to in official French documents as Marcus Louis, and then simply as Marx, like the Marx brothers. At any rate, this is, think of how complicated this guy's genealogy is. And, but the one thing we do know, he's pure fucking Jewish. That's the one thing we know. He's pure fucking Jewish, and he's basically instigated an ideological Holocaust. So between Columbus and Karl Marx, I mean, you've got a history of Jewish genocide that's taken out incredible amounts of the human population. It's
and this is not conspiracy, this is all facts, just so people understand. And this is not an anti-Jewish stance either, is it, Douglas? Because that's the thing that we have to that's the most important thing as well, because I believe yourself and myself have always stated that we are a Zionist by de facto. So we have that self-determination for people, the same we have for the Palestinians, and the same that I have for the Palestinians and the Third Reich in exile, because they have their self-determination to survive. We do not want to see the extermination of an entire race. And so, and we've always outlined the Jewish people that have done good in this world. There are good Jews out there.
Or a better way to express it, we recognize cultural contributions of Jewish individuals that are. Once we get to using the term "good Jew," it becomes very. It just sounds bad. It sounds bad.
Yeah, I know.
But,
I understand.
but also to clarify, when George Knight refers to the term that I've used as a de facto Zionist, what I'm saying is that if we're not advocating the ethnic cleansing of Jews from Israel, from occupied Palestine, or a better way of saying it is of Jews from occupied Palestine, it's simply we have to recognize that the Zionist occupation state over Palestine, or we could say the Zionist occupation white settler regime, the apartheid state of obviously a colony. This is something that needs to basically the entire governmental structure needs to be changed to legitimate it, and that's why I've recommended certainly the northern half, which is the moneyed half and is the most enlightened and progressively liberal half of Israel, basically the northern half above the projected DMZ line that I would like to have connect the Gaza Strip and West Bank. Just everything above that would basically the British can easily coronate Lord Rothschild, whoever his descendant is. Either one could be coronated as the King of Israel and incorporate it into the United Kingdom. And they would have no need for their goddamn rogue IDF, their Israeli Defense Force, because then they would simply rely on British defense, and they could have their own segregated units, which the British would be. The British have used segregated units throughout their history. They know how to handle it. So, and as for the South, so did you have a chance, I take it you've been so busy, were you able to review some of those pages that I sent you from those paperback books that you've downloaded them, I take it?
Or, I've got them, Douglas. Yes, I've saved them, thankfully.
Well, you'll notice something then. We can always refer to that, do a screen share and refer to that, because you'll notice one of the maps. I don't know if you've ever noticed that about the map. Let me see if I can draw that up. So I want you to know that you're the only one who ever got these pages in order. Every time I've resent them, they won't go in order. So you're the only one who's ever gotten them in order. So that helps. So let's see now with reassessing them, and just wanted to show you that map on one of them. So this is the map that actually inspired my idea of a demilitarized zone. So if you make it larger, you can see this, but I'm not. This is with an Israeli empire as it exists today. This would be if it occupied the Sinai Peninsula or reoccupied it, and the demilitarized zone is quite wide. But then you have the U.S. sector on the side of Israel and the USSR sector on the side of Egypt, which at that time, Gamal Abdel Nasser was in effect a Soviet satellite state. So this is what they were conceiving with HQ Israeli component over here in, of course, the Gaza, right? That goes without saying. This is what they thought it would ultimately come to. But I'm perceiving one going, instead of vertically, horizontally through Israel. With the United Kingdom sector in the north and the United German sector in the south. So this would bring Germany and Britain back into the center of world politics and where it belongs, and get America and Russia out, which America and Russia do not belong in the Middle East. Europe and Britain do, because they have a history there. And so there we have that. And yes, have you heard of the latest atrocities in Palestine? How they're double tapping, they're like attacking hospitals, and then they attack a second time when the first responders arrive, just to kill the first responder. It's just how?
And then they even it was on the headlines where the Al Jazeera journalist was murdered as well. He was killed. He suffered a strike, an Israeli strike, and so they had to publicly announce his death. And so that was a journalist. So the press, they walk around with press written.
Oh yeah, well, they've killed so many press journalists. This has been, I think, more press journalists have died in this war than any other.
because Israel is the only nation on earth where you're not allowed any journalists in to report anything. You're not allowed.
Yes.
It's prohibited. It's the only nation in the world. And Netanyahu himself, as you mentioned with Levy, Karl Marx, Ashkenazi being Ashkenazi by ethnicity.
Yeah.
Yes. So is Netanyahu, Milikaliski. He's an Ashkenazi himself. And yet he's denied the starvation, the hunger and famine going on in Gaza. He's the man, you know, when even the International Court of Justice has, and the who else? I believe, everyone has recognized it, that there is a starvation going on. There's a famine occurring.
Well, the best way to refer to it is an engineered famine. It's an engineered famine. So
engineered famine.
So it is genocide. It's a state engineered famine. Yes, a state engineered famine. By the way, I'm amazed we're still on. I pressed the wrong button and I shut the main call. So I'm glad the call we're on is still on. So we're still beaming.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you, Douglas. And I did want to bring to your attention. I should be on in the next coming weeks. I should be able to some episodes. I won't say which dates or anything, just in case.
Good idea.
But I should be able to stay on with you much longer. I should be able to, but when I come on, I'll be like, oh, tonight's the night, Douglas. We can stay on much longer as long as you can, you can continue.
I would. Any night that you're staying long, I'll stay long with you. No worries about it.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Yes, and we could cover a lot of topics. So we have a lot to go over.
Of course. Oh shit! Did that call just end? It did end. Oh shit! Are you there?
Oh God!
Oh yeah. No. Okay, we still hear you. So somehow the call is operational, even though I can't see it. So that's good. So just keep talking. How much longer do we have with you? Oh shit! It did cut off. Fuck. Okay, so Microsoft Teams is resetting. Let's see if we can get back on the call. It's downloading. The Microsoft Teams is re-downloading, it's a lot to handle. We're dealing with a lot when it comes to production. Obviously, around this time, it becomes a bit iffy. Simply, Amy says, Douglas, I think you said that if Barbarossa had survived, World War I and World War II would probably never have happened, all due to the Ottoman Empire. Now war is going on because of Islam. Okay, so let's give you a nice little thumbs up with that. Certainly a factor. Yeah, and they're setting things up for me here with the Skype. Then we'll ask our man to jump back on. There we are. So let's see if that responds. Okay, good. All right. Get rid of one of them. All right. And then, okay. So let me check on the call. See if I can find it. Okay. Should be setting up. Should be able to see it. See this. And this, but not the call. God damn. And Amy, I will, certainly Islam has a lot to do with war. It is true. Islam is a major source of war. It's a really vicious colonialism. One of the worst, most aggressive, destructive forms of colonialism that has ever existed. Okay, now we're here, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call George Knight. So let's see if I can give him an audio call. See if that works. Okay. And see if he picks it up. Okay, it did ultimately take the call down. So how many minutes do we have left with you? How many?
Oh, no. Yes, literally. I do have to depart. Is it back on the live stream now, Douglas?
It's back on. It's back on. Yeah, the call is back on. We never left the live stream. It's just that the call got knocked out. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. No, I will say my goodbyes, Douglas. So we'll end the show then. But much appreciated. Thank you for having me on.
Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Of course, give the usual message of my need for support, and we'll be back.
Absolutely.
And let everybody know you'll be back for full shows in the near future.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. So yeah, that is the plan. That is the objective. That in the foreseeable future, very shortly, I will be on, and we'll spend several hours discussing, current affairs, current topics, and yeah, certainly go over history. As always, Douglas.
And let them know
please,
you'll also be
yes.
coming on for shorter appearances before then, of course.
And yeah, of course, yeah. These short appearances, they're just my usual everyday days where I can come on. I'll come on for as long as I can. So yeah, it'll be a short period for the next show, which will be on Sunday. So Monday, probably. I'll let you know, Douglas. If I come on, then I'll come on. But yeah, I will let you know anyway. But yeah, please, everyone out there listening, can you please support Douglas? Please donate anything you can. It goes to a very good cause. And yeah, much appreciated. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. And I love you dearly. And please look after yourself. And I'll speak to you soon.
Yes. One last thing before you go. Amy
Yes,
says,
please.
Douglas, I think you said that if Barbarossa had survived, World War I and World War II would probably never
Exactly.
have happened.
Yes.
And all due to the Ottoman Empire. Now war
Yes.
is going on because of Islam. Islam is a big factor, and we're not excusing Islam
Yes.
either, I assure you.
Yes. If you didn't perish in that river, in that lake, in that stream, then yeah, there wouldn't have been an Ottoman Empire. Then we would have had world peace at this point. And so when people talk about, oh, if we can go back in time, what would you do? And most people say, well, they'll assassinate Hitler. Well, I would argue,
Save Barbarossa.
Barbarossa.
Save Barbarossa.
Save Barbarossa.
Yes.
Then none of that would have happened.
Yes, thank you.
None of that. There wouldn't have been no World War One, and there would have been no World War Two. There would have been no Ottoman Empire. And as you stated before, one of the major factors of World War One starting was the Armenian genocide.
Yes.
And so, yeah, that's what caused it. So there would have been no genocide. So there would have been no World War One, and certainly there would have been no World War Two, because World War One, when it ended, it guaranteed a Second World War.
Yes.
And so yes, and so yeah,
Thank
so
you.
and that was all to do with
That's
yeah,
how important
Barbarossa.
one man can be. Yeah. So we
Yes.
love you dearly, and
Thank you, Douglas. Much appreciated. Yes, I'm looking
Okay.
forward to our next encounter, our next show. Thank you so much.
yes, I am.
Yeah,
as
very
well.
much appreciated. Thank you for everything, Douglas. Very much appreciated.
Okay, and
And all
keep
the
looking
best.
in your
Good night.
spam box. Keep looking in your
I
spam
will
box.
do.
All
Yes,
right. Okay,
yes.
all right.
I'll keep checking it.
Okay.
All the best. Look after yourself. Bye
Bye for now.
bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm leaving the call, and the call's still on. We have a wonderful link from Brendan Zoget on the fact that the Trump is hosting this this meeting on the fate of post-war Gaza. I mean, it's disgusting. I can't even. There's no words. Yeah. Well, I've earned my pay for tonight. We've been on 5.5 hours. Love you, Amy. Hugs and kisses. Let me give her hugs and kisses at Amy. So make certain that's on capital letters at Amy. Okay. Amy. There we go. And make certain I give that. All right, then. With that, everyone, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Join us again on Sunday night. And I appreciate you all who support myself morally and financially. And, well, I do my best to earn my pay. And with that, we're going to close live stream. But everyone return on Sunday at the same time. 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And with that, I'll retreat into the gentle night and prepare to get up in the morning. And they won't deliver the Meals on Wheels into the food bin anymore. You have to be there personally to collect it, because with all the Trump cuts, they want to make sure the people receiving the food are alive and well, I guess. So, so be it. I never left until I was able to bring the food bin in and refrigerate the food anyway. So, you're kind of stuck until they show up anyway. I was wondering why it was getting later and later, but now I know why. They had to check to make certain everybody was there to receive it. Okay, and Amy has responded. Bless you, Amy. Let's give her a nice facial response to that. And with that, okay, kisses to the ladies, hugs to the men, and we'll be back on Sunday at the times that I've indicated. And everyone maintain Brendan Zogate in your thoughts and prayers. Help him overcome the occult assault. And for God's sakes, Brendan, check into the hospital if the pain continues. All right. Best wishes for now. How do we do this? Yes. End stream. Yeah. Press end. And